wonder if they have my welfare in mind. Out on the street we touch fists and say bless, but I wonder if they have my interest. Oh yes, I'm feeling fine. I give thanks and praise to my Savior divine for this lot of mercy, cause I'm feeling fine. The sweetest thing is when you wake up in the morning and see the sunshine. I'm feeling fine. I give thanks and praise to my Savior divine for this moment in time. Yes, I'm feeling fine in my heart, soul and mind.
Good morning and welcome to the Hasely Crawford Stadium for the National Association of Athletics Administrations. It's preparation meet number 4 here at the Hasely Crawford, and it's all about the juveniles today. So all competition will take place among males and females born between 2009 and 2016. Athletes born before 2008 and before are not eligible to participate in today's competition. So it is the Juvenile Championships will be held next year, next month, the National Juvenile Championships. So this is a dress rehearsal for many of these youngsters for those events. A lot of events to come your way. In fact, it's 511 athletes have been registered for 53 events. The most popular event registered is the 200 meters. Get this, 164 athletes have entered the 200 meters, 104 boys and 60 girls. That is sensational indeed, shows how much interest there is in the 200 meters. And I guess the credit has to go to the likes of Jereme Richards and his 2 medal wins at the Commonwealth Games and his success globally, plus Michelle Lee Ahi and many of the others who run in that particular event. Now, we've already started with the ball throw for girls under 11. That's taking place at the moment. Ball throw for boys under 11 will take place shortly. The high jump for girls will start, I think they are preparing for it now. We've already seen one girls under 13 60-meter hurdles race, and that was won by Destiny Arnold of Burnley in 10.03 seconds. We will have the second event on the track. That's the girls under 15 60-meter hurdles coming up shortly, and we will update you on how those events go. Just to give you an idea of some of the conditions under which they will be racing today. Of course, athletes coming in from all the different clubs around Trinidad and Tobago. And as it's a juvenile event, coaches are not allowed in the arena except in designated areas provided for easy access to their athletes during specific field events, only with the permission of a relevant competition official. So 53 events, 511 athletes, and preparing for the National Juvenile Championships coming up next month. So a lot still to go here. So the girls under 15 hurdles coming up shortly, and the athletes are just about making their way onto the track. 60-meter hurdles, and with the level of the athletes here, it certainly is a shorter distance than you would see, of course, at the higher levels. On the 15s, these are girls competing between the ages of 13 and 15. So these are young athletes born in the years 2009 to 2011. And very strict rules governing of course, the competition and the competition with these girls involved here. And we're now seeing the lineup for the second race today on the track. This is the girls on the 15 60-meter hurdles. The hurdles, by the way, are 0.76 meters. And let's give you the field. In lane number 3 from Burnley, Renice Smith. Destiny Dugan from Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5, Naaatt Kerr of Cougars. And Shamika Quintero of Neon Wolves. And they're off. A good start for Renice Smith of Burnley, but she is challenged now by Naaatt Kerr of Cougars. And these two are going at it, and the Cougars athlete has gone ahead and she's taken it. Burnley in second, and in third place we have the Neon Wolves. So a good run there from Destiny Dugan, from Nyla Kerr, of Cougars. She gets the win, and she gets there in 10.95 seconds. Good run from her. 10.95 seconds. Just a correction on the earlier time. I believe that time is Destiny Arnold's 10.83. So those are the fastest times so far here. We'll be going straight to the second event in the girls under 15 60-meter hurdles. This one's a time final. Quintero of Neon Wolves in 2, McIntosh of QRC AC in 3, Aisha Auguste of Neon Wolves in 4, LaQueen Welsh of QRC in 5, Kellis Alexander of Neon Wolves in 6, and Ryan Graham of QRC in lane number 7. 3 QRC athletes and 3 from Neon Wolves in this one. And they're off. A good start on the outside for Graham of QRC, but right now it's Alexander, LaQueen Welch. Welch just ahead of Alexander, and that is a very smooth run by LaQueen Welch to get the win. And she is very, very good indeed. That was a very competitive race between LaQueen Welch and Kellis Alexander, and it is a very good time. And when you consider that well, we saw, well, the name that has come up here, let's see whose name has come up. LaQueen Welch, her name has come up, and her time is 9.82 seconds. Very good time indeed for LaQueen Welch. 9.82 seconds, and for Alexander, 9.98 seconds. So 2 very good times, and you can see the influence of Jehu Gordon, who is involved with the coaching at the QRC team. And the technique of Welsh and Kellis Alexander was perfect, beautiful, in fact. Those two really got over the hurdles quite smoothly. And LaQueen Welch just edging out Alexander for the win. Well, there's also the boys under 13 shot put coming up. Boys long jump will also take place, and the boys under 13 hurdles, that'll be taking place shortly. So we will have the boys under 13 and boys under 15 hurdles coming up shortly. So we'll tell you more about how that's going in just a bit as we take a short break here. And you can take in some of the scenics here at the Crawford Stadium. So the Hasty Crawford Stadium, they're preparing right now for the next track event, the hurdles, but we'll take in so the girls on the 11 and boys on the 11 ball throw is going on at the moment. Girls competition has already started. The boys are still warming up with the ball throw, and as you would probably detect, the ball throw is an event that is a great preparation event, not just the shot put. Imagine all throwing events, including the discus throw, just to get them throwing objects into the air, hurling it into the air as far as they could. After that, you can shape the technique into whatever throwing event that they decide to go into. So let's give you the field for the girls under 11 ball throw. Point Fortin New Jets, Zariel Melville. Memphis Faith Christopher. Mercedes Roberts, FAD. QRC's Renaya Prince. Neon Walls, Malia Raphael. Point Fortin New Jets, Abby Lloyd. Mason Hall's Sari Taylor. St. Catherine's, Janae Barry. Memphis, Renee Lee Emmanuel. Point Fortin New Jets, Sarai Brown. FAD's Sophia Evelyn. Deputies, Sky St. Louis. Point Fortin New Jets, Katie Ramber. Memphis, Melissa Davis. Houston, Mason Halls, Akea Otley, and Point Fortin New Jets, Raya Thomas. Those are the athletes involved in the girls under 11 throw. That was the Point Fortin New Jets athlete. That throw was by Kaylee Ramber of Point Fortin New Jets. She makes her way back into the shaded area under the tent. Now we're looking at Melissa Davis of Memphis. And as quick as you like, there she is. She fires that one out quickly. I tell you what, there might be a few cricket scouts looking at some of these young ladies here. Very good arm actions. And you might be able to pick up the young ladies just below the tent and look at them. Not unlike the senior athletes who are spread all over. They're standing in line, just waiting to go on to have their throws. Kaya Otley, they're of Mason Hall, competing in doing her competitive throw. Wow. So we're going back to the track shortly here because there's another event coming up. on the track. Boys under 13, 80-meter hurdles. These are the hurdles have been set at 0.84 meters. Now, this one involves boys under 13 and boys under 15. The under 13 boy is from Cougars. That's Seth Sylvester. He is in lane number 1. As for the rest of the field, in lane 2, QRC's NZ Davis, Dabbities, Shahia Medford is in 3. QRC's Ellie Brown is in 4. Mason Hall's Malachi McKechnie is in 5. QRC's Deshaun Trudge in 6. Dabbities Derwin Walters in 7. QRC's Caden Perez is in 8. So full field of 8 athletes involved in this one. So that is, this is event 8 and 9 combined here. So we're just about getting ready for the start of this one. And let's say hello and welcome to Javon Brown, who's joining us today. Hello, Javon. How are you? Well, we had a little moment there when one of the young athletes there, Javon, he didn't know the event hadn't started, and he had already started on his own. Jumped over 3 hurdles before they had to call him back. That's the youngster out of Dabbitie, Jediah Medford. Very enthusiastic young man. He's also the smallest one.
That's how it goes. My days of doing that, the same thing.
Tell you what, he barely looks taller than the hurdles themselves, but he actually got over them quite comfortably. So he might have some tremendous leaping power lurking within those spindly little legs of his, but good effort from him. Let's see if he can handle this one. 8 hurdles that he has to cover before getting to the line. And he needs a little help with his laces there at the moment. All part of dealing with the juvenile championships and the juveniles in action today, Javon. And I'm not sure if you would have started. Did you start at this level also, or did you start a little older? Well, here they go for the start. Boys under 13 and boys under 15 joint event, 80-meter hurdles. Deshaun Trudge, the most familiar name to us here. He's in lane number 6 in QRC. And Trudge actually starts very well alongside Malachi McKechnie, and those two are involved in a battle. It's a flyer for them as Trudge is ahead of McKechnie. Trudge is going to take this one. He gets over the line pretty comfortably, and the time of just over 14 seconds. McKechnie is second, and the Cougars man, that is, I believe, Seth Sylvester came in to take third.
I think that was Deshaun Trudge of QRC coming in with the win. Excellent run there by QRC athletes. It's really amazing to see so many QRC athletes running the hurdles. Back in my time, we didn't even have of athletes running hurdles. 4 athletes in the hurdles. It's really good to see.
2 words, Jehu Gordon.
Yeah.
And Jehu Gordon, the 2013 World 400-meter hurdles champion, is from QRC, and he's played a big part in reviving the fortunes of the QRC Athletic Club. And as we've seen in the girls' competition and in the boys' competition, they are absolutely dominating the hurdles event. In fact, LaQueen Welch of QRC posted 9.82 in the girls' under 15 60-meter hurdles just a few minutes ago.
They probably have a really good program across in the QRC.
As you would expect with someone of the quality and the caliber of Jehu Gordon around. 13.44 is the time posted by Deshaun Trudge. So what's up next? We will have the girls under 17 100-meter hurdles. I know they're resetting it right now, but I'm just seeing one name here, and the Zaria Pascal is going to run this one. Of course, it's just about her motivating herself to get a time here.
Yes, most definitely.
All of these athletes will be involved in the juvenile championships. I believe that is coming up next month.
Right.
So they will be getting their opportunity to do some preparation work here.
I always wonder what's the mindset of an athlete when they have to run a race by themselves. When, you know, you have the entire crowd looking at, it's just you. You know? I always wonder what's the mindset behind that.
Now that's, I guess it's the purest form of competition because you're competing only against yourself and obviously the conditions that are there. There are sports in which that happens. For instance, golf is one of those where you're really competing against yourself on the course because if you think about it, you really have no defense against if the other guy's having a flyer or if you happen to have a guy by the name of Woods next to you, you can't do anything. He can play as well as he wants, and there's no defense that you have. So it's similar to that in some ways.
I understand.
So it's all about you motivating yourself and blocking out everything else. So we go back to the girls' ball throw. And it's still going on at the moment. And it looks like we will have the young athletes, I believe, from Davide. This could very well be young Sky St. Louis, who might be up next. And after that, Kaylee Ramba. The good thing about the athletes, as you can see them there, Japan, they're all lined up and waiting to compete. So,
Eagerly waiting.
yeah, so this is Sky St. Louis of Davide. There she is.
It's an excellent throw.
Of course, the ball it's not the heavy iron ball, of course, and the ball will bounce. So it's where it bounces first, obviously.
Right. And I could see it's a whole different technique. You know,
Whole different ball game, you say?
Yeah. You get to run up, and it's all about developing, you know, the arm throw for when they become bigger athletes, older athletes.
Well, here's young Katie Ramba. She's very quick. Look at this. She's just going to get up there. And she throws just a little bit shorter than the throw by St. Louis. There she is. And you can actually spot from how they're throwing that the athletes who are involved in sports like cricket and or so, you can just see the way they throw.
Yes.
Two of the young ladies we've seen already, they throw slightly off balance.
Right.
You tend to see more balance in those who have played cricket a bit.
Yeah. A serious aim.
This is Melissa Davis now of Memphis. Melissa Davis of Memphis. Before we go across to the hurdles once again.
Yeah.
And there is the start of the hurdles event. Zaria Pascal of Davide. No, that's actually, I think she was called back. She was just a practice run. Yeah, I didn't hear them.
Zaria Pascal, Davide. Let's see what time she's going to stamp here all by herself.
And there we have the start. It's Zaria Pascal smoothly over the first two hurdles and the third. Good technique she's showing here already. And look at that. She's absolutely running over. No, from what we saw from some of the athletes, they were jumping over. That's a good time.
Wow.
Very good execution there by Zaria Pascal, and that's why she was allowed to compete and put up a time.
That was pretty smooth there, covering each and every hurdle with precise technique.
Pascal 15.86 for Pascal. That is her time, as smooth as a Beres hammered melody there.
Really looking forward to the future for Zaria Pascal.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of eyes at her in terms of this event. That was very good indeed from her. And that was a competition from Zaria Pascal, the 100-meter hurdles, the only girl who is competing in that event at the under-17 level. Now, this event was specially done just for her to compete, because remember, this is the juveniles preparation series, so it's 15 years and under. So this, I believe, is the only event under 17 of the day, so she's allowed to compete here. I think her coach will be quite happy. Now, coming up on the track next, there is the 300-meter dash. That's always a very interesting race. And in fact, we have the young athletes already across at the 300-meter mark, getting ready for the 300-meter race. I don't know if have you ever done the 300?
Oh, definitely. The 300-meter is one where we use for training. We train on the 300-meter for your endurance for the 200-meter, and also it's used for speed training for the 400-meter athletes in training as well. So it's a really tough race, I would say, because you have to put on that 200-meter speed from the start of this race.
Right. So that's what's you're gonna see here from these young athletes. We'll start with the girls under 11 300 meters. Remember, these are timed finals, and there will be 3 finals, 3 sections, and there are 18 athletes involved in this one. I was making the point earlier. 511 athletes involved in 53 events today. 164 athletes in the 200 meters alone.
Wow. Again, one of the most popular events, that 200 and 100 meter.
So they are setting up for the 300 meters at the moment. In the meantime, the girls' ball throw is going on at the moment. And we're just going to take you back to that. We saw a pretty good throw just now. And I believe that was Malia Raphael of Neon Wolves. She's produced the best throw so far. Next, here is Abia Lloyd of Point Fortin New Jets. A little bit, it's a foul throw. Yeah, she just stepped on the line as she got that one off. So we go now to Sari Taylor of Mason Hall, one of the smaller of the athletes involved. Well, she ran up and stopped. Now she gets the throw off. Not bad effort there from the little one. A little ponytail hanging on the back of her. And a few of the athletes have already completed their set of throws, so they're heading back to their coach's area.
Probably such a proud moment for parents to cheer on these young athletes, you know, in their development stages.
Yeah, juvenile championships tends to be much more of a family affair.
Yes.
Brothers, sisters, parents here. I'm sure you've had your days of your parents and brothers and sisters coming out.
Oh, actually, it was just me. Just myself.
You just send you out there with the coach. You got this, Jovan.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, everybody, by that time, everybody's busy. It's good to see a lot of these school buses and stuff out in the parking lot. So, you know, it's really a family affair, as you said.
Yeah, definitely. Young Janae Barry up next, competing for St. Catherine's. And most of the young athletes running up to the line, just stopping dead and throwing.
Yeah.
And, well, of course, you need to stop. It's not like you're bowling in cricket where you can step on the line and then continue running on.
Yeah.
But it's a sort of a dead stop rather than a progressive stop. Not like what you see with the javelin throwers, who will throw from a couple meters behind the line and then
then take a step or two.
Yeah, to ease off the pace. Just wonder if the javelin throwers were actually allowed to continue on after throwing, like let's say something like cricket. Well, actually get some longer distances.
You surely get some stuff over 100 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, it would end in the crowd somewhere, which is not what you want. Which did happen a couple times when they made those adjustments to the javelin.
Yes.
They had to readjust and change the center of gravity after a while. So the 300 meters, just about ready for it. There are a few athletes already there. So now another athlete just about to throw. That's
Seems like the furthest throw.
Sari Taylor of Mason Hall. That is definitely very, very long indeed. She also had a pretty good throw the last time round. So I think she's the one who is looking best, the favorite really to win this one. The boys' competition is also taking place just in front of that.
Are you familiar with what type of ball they're throwing? Is it a cricket, a cork ball?
Doesn't look like one. It actually, it is. It's not bouncing like one. It looks like something. Ian Wason, who knows all, says it actually does look like a cricket ball. It is red. It is shiny. Does remind me of that famous story from cricket where a bowler by the name of Greg Thomas had bowled a couple of deliveries to the great Sir Vivian Richards. And Viv had played and missed, and he told him, he said, "It's red, it's round, why can't you hit it?" Next ball, Sir Vivian hit him out of the stadium, and he said, "Well, you know what it looks like, go find it."
Yeah. Wow, sure showed him.
Yeah. Never give gun talk to the great Sir Vivian Richards. Another good throw there from point 4 to New Jets, and that, I believe that is Sarai Brown. Next up, Sophia Evelyn. Best throw we've seen so far, Sari Taylor. The boys' competition also taking place. They are very enthusiastic with the ball throw. And they're getting ready for the 300 meters. So just turn our attention to that at the moment. So let's see. 300-meter event for girls. And I don't think we have a full field for this one in the 300. So the first event of the girls under 11 300 meters. We have Hope George of Titans in 2. No athlete in 3. And that's because is Sarai Thomas also involved in the ball throw? did see a similar name to that, but no, it's not Sarai Thomas. There's no Sarai Thomas for 3. Memphis and Faith Christopher is there. No athlete in 5. Point Fortune New Jets, Katie Ramba is not competing. And then we have in 6 the unattached runner, Samaya Andrew. She is there in lane number 6. So 300-meter event.
So
And
only 3 of 7 here in this event. I see the athlete seems to be falling back in. Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a change here. And so there is a change, and let's see what's happening here.
It looks
Might
like
be
some athletes from the other heats are joining the heat to fill the lanes. Yeah. And combining the heats at the moment.
I think what has happened here is that Section 1 and Section 3 might be combined.
Yeah.
This could very well be Section 2 here. Let's give you the field for Section 2. FADs Jolene Huggins in 2, Azalea Alexander of Lambo Alliance in 3, Davides Elena Francis in 4, Point Fortune New Jets runner Abia Lloyd is in 5, Isoke Morgan of Concord is due to be in 6, and Renee Lee Emmanuel of Memphis is in 7. Well, at least that is the way it appears to be. There is definitely an athlete from Concord in lane number 7. The athlete in 6 appears to be from the Superior team, if I'm not mistaken. So we will go with the club colors. We'll have to go with the club colors and figure out the names afterwards.
Seems to be an excellent throw by one of the boys in the ball throw. A pretty good distance there for him.
And yeah, the ball throw taking place just underneath what you're looking at in terms of the 300 meters. And don't forget that Keyshawn Walcott, the most famous field athlete in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, he started out as a cricketer.
Yeah.
And he had a very, very good bowling action. I actually saw him play cricket. He had a perfect bowling action, and
Wow.
the track and field's gain was the loss for cricket, because he was certainly by far the best player from that Toko composite team. He was a good batsman and had some good pace with that right arm of his. In fact, he bowled a delivery at Brian Lara at a match at the Queen's Park Oval, and Lara was surprised at how fast he came in. Yeah.
I'm sure
Takes a lot to surprise him.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a career there. You know. It's just almost like when Usain Bolt retired and he tried to jump into football. You know, I mean, it's always good to transition to other sport and see how good you are.
Actually, Bolt's ambition was to play cricket for the West Indies.
Yeah.
And he was told he wasn't good enough, try something else. Well, we're glad he did.
Yeah. It's almost like Michael Jordan wanting to play baseball.
Yeah, certainly. So 300 meters, they're just trying to reorganize that 300-meter event and to get that going.
Also have the boys long jump in prep.
So there is a flurry of activity next to us in terms of they're trying to figure out how this is going to go because they're combining the events for the 300 meters. So we'll keep you abreast of that as it happens. So the boys' long jump due to start shortly. This is really where it starts for all of these youngsters. These are the stars of tomorrow. And so many of the names that we of household names today started at this level and started to first make their impression at this level. Well, I just got a close look at the balls they are throwing. It is actually cricket balls.
Yeah,
it is cricket balls.
You see the white strip around it?
Yeah, it has the seam. I'm seeing the seam on it. So don't think anybody's going to use the seam to try to get it to go further. But it's definitely, they are using cricket balls for the throw. And the cricket ball is 5.5 ounces. I can tell you that with some certainty. So here's the first 300-meter event about to begin. This is the girls' 300-meter event. And they're going with heat 2, so let's tell you about that. And there is the start of heat number 2, girls on the 11 300-meter event. And this is a good start here. And the one who's going fastest at the moment is Morgan of Concord. Soki Morgan of Concord, at least that's the name we've been given here. Concord on the outside, doing very well. Point Fortin New Jets. Abia Lloyd is struggling to get on here, but Davides, Elena Francis is coming with a late surge. But the Concord athlete, what a confidence from her. Morgan looking back, and she sees that there's a bit of a lead here. She's opened up a gap on the field. Memphis's Renee Lee Emmanuel is the one out in front, correction, and she is tying up here. She might get it. Yes, she does. Renee Lee Emmanuel of Memphis getting it just ahead of Isoke Morgan, I believe, of Concord. And that was a good run from her. She led all the way, gate to wire.
Excellent run there by Emmanuel. Out in lane 7. You know, a lot of athletes despise running out in the further lanes because you don't get to see the field. It's just you against yourself, basically. And she kept her composure, and she kept her head straight. She didn't look back, which is really good to see a young athlete, you know.
Well, we always remember that the world record in the 400 meters was set from lane 8. Wade Van Niekerk, 44.01, if I remember correctly. Trinidad and Tobago's Machel Cedeno actually ran in that race, finished 4th in it's a national record, and missed out on a medal.
400-meter races of all time.
Yeah, that was Machel Cedeno. Brilliant run from him. Very unlucky to finish out of the medals, but in a world record race, just to be involved in a race like that is great. Cedeno clocked 44.01, actually. That was his time. 43.
That's our national record there.
National record, 43 point. Well, I'll get you that record once again by Wade Van Niekerk, who was actually trained by his grandmother.
Yeah.
Very, very unusual indeed. I wonder how he affirms instructions from his coach. Is it yes, grandma?
Yes, grandma.
Or yes, coach? So here we go with the... So we have the next race involves the girls under 11 300-meter event. Now this one has been combined in some way. I'm not sure how this one's going to go. So unfortunately, they're still trying to work that out. So we'll have to go with the uniforms at the moment. Can detect a Cougars athlete in lane number 5. And there are a couple of unattached runners, so they don't have the traditional uniforms. They're just wearing whatever they have.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing now is that they're going with the Section 3 race first. So let's give you the field for Section 3. Kayla Vincent of St. Catharines in 2. Lambo Alliances, Mariah Francis in 2. Point Fortin New Jets, Zariel Melville in 4. There's no athlete in 4, so there's no Zaria Melville. Cougars Akita Green is in 5. Mariah Malava of Simplex is in 6. Gabriela Mendez, the unattached runner, in 7, and no athlete in lane number 8. So we're going with Section 3. So once again, Vincent in 2, Francis 3, Green 5, Malava in 6, and Mendez in 7. Mendez, the easiest to identify, wearing that very much fluorescent orange outfit there. Hard to miss that one. Meantime, the boys' ball throw is still going on. And as the ever-popular PRO of the entry is, Mr. Kameho, as he usually is out on the field. I hope he doesn't forget himself and catch the cricket ball. Looks like he has a bit of cricket in him at some point.
So many all-around athletes here in Trinidad and Tobago, right? Growing up, you play football, you play cricket, you run track, until one of them decides, all right, you're sticking with me.
Well, an athlete has been added to Section 3. This is Casey Atwell of Point Fortin New Jets. She was in the background, and I think she has now been put in to the, yes, there she is. Just confirmation we're getting from the radio that Casey Atwell of Point Fortin New Jets has been put into lane number 8. So Vincent 2, Francis 3, Green 5, Malava 6, Mendez 7, and Atwell in 8. So a flurry of activity, an explosion of colors in the stands. All of the different colors of the clubs around Trinidad and Tobago. So the starters have now put the athletes on the mark. So here we go. This is Section 3. We will be doing Section 1 last. And there is the start of the race, and already a good start here by Vincent. Kayla Vincent is going well, but look at the run from Gabriela Mendez. She's going well.
Yeah, Vincent seemed to take an early stagger as she approaches the 200-meter mark. But I'm looking at the athlete Green out there in lane 5 is also pulling away from the field. We have Vincent seemed to fall back, but same fluorescent Mendez out in lane 7 is pulling away from the field. Excellent pull.
Well, she has a 10-meter lead at the moment here, Mendez, and she's not letting up. Gabriela Mendez, the unattached athlete. We talked about that fluorescent yellow uniform, and it is the fluorescent yellow of Mendez that flashes across the line in just over 52 seconds. That's a good run from Mendez, and she absolutely took control of that race from very, very early on.
Very early, as another athlete out there in the further lanes, lane 7. And as we saw with the race before, the athlete in lane 7 really dominated, and so did Mendez in this race.
So we're looking out for the time here by Mendez. One athlete just coming across the line in about, that was the youngster Point Fortin New Jets who was last to the line. Mendez getting there in 51.31. That is excellent work. And that's a lot faster than we saw in the last race. The last race, fastest time was 54.52, so more than 3 seconds faster. Brilliant stuff there from Gabriela Mendez. Well, she's unattached right now. That wouldn't be so for long. There'll be a few clubs definitely be having a little talk with her.
Surely the coaches are saying, who's this athlete? Who's this young lady?
So now we go back to section 1. And there we go. Just 3 athletes involved in this one. And it's Hope on the inside of Titans, who is having a great start. She's already gone past Faith Christopher of Memphis. And she's now tracking down Sakuma Andrews of the unattached runner, who's on the outside. Andrews has a slight lead on her at the moment. But it is Hope George that is doing well.
Hope George is approaching her final. Holding on, and we have Andrews on the outside. Hope is holding on, but Andrews is pulling.
Yeah, Andrews is coming again. Hope had pulled ahead for a moment, and now Andrews comes back in. She's blazed past Hope George. Hope George is a sped force, and here's Andrews with a second burst of speed, and she's gotten across the line. Samaya Andrews, another unattached runner in the brilliant orange outfit, getting across the line. That was a good run. She held back a little bit, and she seemed to accelerate coming off the bend in the approved style, as you know.
Yeah, I think that was her game plan going in. She probably said, I'm going to go out fast, slow down a little bit, and then hit them again in the last stretch.
And she certainly hit them hard as she came off the bend, and everything was pretty much textbook from her there. She floated in the back stretch for a bit, and then coming around the bend really started to, you don't really accelerate much, but you sort of slow down a little bit, not quite as fast as the others. We're looking at the time here. Not a bad time. I do feel that Gabriela Mendez was a bit faster in the last race, but it'll be interesting to see how Andrews has gone here. Boys 300 just about to begin, and we have not been given the time, so we'll go straight over to the boys 300. Sylvester in 1, Maris Pierre in 2, LaCroix in 3, Victor in 4, Roberts 5, Jack 6, Briggs 7, and Caesar 8. And there we go with the start of the first of 3 events in the boys under 13. This is a good start on the inside by Sylvester. Also going very well is the unattached runner, Caden Victor. And the unattached runners are doing very well today. Caden Victor has this one.
Right, Victor seems to be pulling away as he approaches the 150 mark. Out there, and there's a fluorescent. That's lane 4, pulling away from the field as he approaches the final. He's a bit close to the line there, but he's holding his composure and he's heading straight to the line.
Yeah, Victor has 40 meters to go here, 50 meters, and he's looking very comfortable, not slowing up, he's not tying up at all, and Victor will take this one quite comfortably, and 3 victories in a row here for the unattached runners. Second is Concord's Devaria Mays Pier, and the Cougars runner Kyle Roberts finishes in 3rd place. That was impressive again. Well, they're saying unattached, but they're all wearing the same orange uniform, and they've done quite well here. Victor, 49.22 the time.
Seems to be a club that hasn't been registered yet.
So let's go into section 2 of the boys under 13 300 meters, and I'm not seeing any runner in 2. That's where Zamil Woodruff of Burnley was due to run. Isaiah Romano of Faizabad is in 3. In lane number 4, the unattached runner Israel Julian. In lane number 5, Kimani Rennie of Memphis. No runner in lane number 6. Kendon Monroe of Point Fortin New Jets was due to be there. In lane 7, Burnley's Johan Robinson, and no Amari Phillip of Cougars so far. Oh yes, in fact Amari Phillips is there. So correction, Amari Phillips is there in the green. Just lost him, he's so small. Lost him against the background there for a moment. And these are for boys under 11. And all of these young men trying to, in the rudimentary parts of their career, just the early part, so very important for their coaches to just instill that level of fun in the fundamentals at this point. So often athletes can be lost at this level, so coaches just have to, you can't push them too hard at this. Second and finishing in third place, Maya Reggie is the unattached runner. Cox Rally, and there's a little youngster coming across. Look at that. That's a good run there from Mahalia Ned of Lambo Alliance. She really raced across the line there. Got a big round of applause.
Let me tell you, this 400-meter race is no joke, especially for these young athletes.
Yeah, it certainly is. And here is Mahalia Ned, who was leading at one point. Actually, that is Taisha King, who was leading at one point, just coming across the line. And the other Point 14 New Jets athletes, Loisha showed a Prince coming across the line also.
So coming up next should be the boys under 13 400-meter dash. We have 3 sections in this event as well.
Well, one of the youngsters from the last race, that could very well be Taisha King, who had led at one point. I think she just went out too fast.
Yeah.
And that's one of the cardinal sins in the 400 meters. Yes, you want to go out quickly and burn up that early energy, which will burn up within the first 8 seconds anyway. But I think she just went a bit too hard. Instead of floating on the back stretch, she just pulled it a bit too early. And that's where it all went awry.
It's usually supposed to be a fast and hard start, then you relax down the back stretch. And then you kick again either the 200 or the 150-meter mark.
Yeah, depending on how good, I guess maybe those who run the 4.8 would kick a little earlier because they have that speed.
Yeah, speed and endurance,
tactical speed also to really pull ahead at that point. So boys under 13, 400 meters coming up. So the long jump also taking place at this time. And just to give you an idea of the boys' long jump, this is the first final taking place. And as the superior athlete,
we seem to have a lot of athletes taking part in the boys' long jump.
Yeah, it's also good to see that the number of athletes involved.
That's almost
Kareem Charles, correct, sorry there. Kareem Charles of Supari Athletic was the one who we saw compete shortly.
Seems to be 33 athletes here.
Urebo Johnson of Burnley is the next to compete. Here's Johnson. Didn't get full extension on that at all there, Johnson. And missed his run-up, I think, in a big way.
Got a good representation of the Burnley athletes here in the long jump. A lot of Burnley athletes, as well as the IG Fastlane athletes.
Elijah Melville of IG Fastlane, the next to compete. One of the smaller of the boys. And even within, let's say, the boys' long jump, these are for boys competing in, let's say, about 14, 15 years of age or so. They'll be at different developmental levels physically.
little scissor skip there.
Yeah. Well, didn't see. Yeah, it is a fair jump, and they will record that one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the officials were quite ready for him there. So Melville, Matthew Marshall of Burnley is the next one up, getting some words of advice from his coach. And of course the coaches are allowed to talk to their athletes. And the coaches are just under that shaded area there.
Another event that looks pretty easy, but when you actually get into it, it's a bit tough.
A lot of excellent long jumpers have come out of Trinidad and Tobago. The first to compete among the men at the Olympics was George Swanston back in 1976. Since then, Wendell Williams competed at the 1996 Olympics, Melvin Lister at the 2000 Olympics. Andwell Wright was actually supposed to compete in the 200, but here we go with the boys. This is the boys under 13 400-meter dash, just 4 involved in this one. And that is a good start for Seth Sylvester of Cougars. And a lot of two very small athletes involved in this one. So Seth Sylvester, he and Kadisha Frank of Memphis, those are the two who have just blown by the other two youngsters here. And this is Frank, he's the one to beat at the moment.
Sylvester is running pretty well out as he approaches the 150 mark. Is an excellent stride. Right behind him seems to be Frank Sylvester onto the final 100.
Yeah, Seth Sylvester has a big lead of 10 meters as he gets into the final turn, and it is Kadish Frank who's now trying to belatedly put on a challenge here, but Sylvester has seen him coming, and he puts on the jets, and he gets there in just under a minute and 1 second. So the boys under 13 400-meter dash, Seth Sylvester and Kadish Frank involved in that little battle, and it is Sylvester that gets the win. In the meantime, the other two youngsters have a little battle of their own. Savian McIntosh comes in just ahead of Yuri Joseph of Genesis.
That was an excellent run for Sylvester, under 13 athlete running with such a great form. Almost looked like a professional.
And Sylvester, 1 minute, 0.46 seconds. 1 minute, 0.46 seconds. That's the time for Seth Sylvester of Cougars. And the Cougars coach, Kelvin Nanku, I'm sure would be pretty happy with that. Kelvin and Donnell Stafford will be part of the coaching staff for the pre-show team, the list of 12 athletes who will be going representing Trinidad and Tobago in the boys under 20 and the girls under 20 event in the Bahamas. They will be competing at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, which is a fabulous stadium to compete in.
Yeah.
I've been there a couple of times, and it is really a wonderful stadium. Bahamas have all of their national sports assembled in the same compound. Let's go to section 2 now. We're seeing in lane number 2, Lemuel Douglas. He is there. No Jason Grilsner of Memphis in lane number 4. Armani McKellar of Burnley. In lane 5, Emmanuel Rivers of Alpha. And in lane number 6, Terrell Rennie of Memphis. In 7, Samuel Francis of Lambeau Lions. And in lane 8, Macassie McClashy, the unattached runner. And they are starting here in section 2. And a lot of young and smaller athletes involved in this one. It's a very even start here. But if anything, it is Armani McKellar of Burnley, who has now started to eat up the field, and he is starting to make a move of his own.
And McKellar seems to be taking up the stagger, but he's getting a bit of fight there on the back stretch. We have out in lane 8. Lane 8 seems to be Makashi, or it's back to McKellar up to as he approaches the 150-meter mark. He is holding his own. He is holding on, but with a bit of a fight there from Rivers. It's Rivers and McKellar as they approach the 100-meter mark. Who's it going to be?
Well, it looks like the man, Rivers, is now taken ahead. Old man, or rather young man Rivers in this case, has taken ahead, gone ahead of McKellar. McKellar is fighting back. McKellar is coming again. McKellar is showing a great pair of heels. Can he hold on? Rivers has done enough to win it ahead of McKellar. Great battle between those two. McKellar and Rivers, and eventually it was Rivers that did it in the end. That was a great race.
Yeah, that was action-packed there. We saw some fighting from the backstretch on the final curve and into the final stretch of the race. What a battle there for Rivers and McKellar.
Rivers got it in 1 minute, 6.78 seconds. That was his final time. And a good run there from Rivers. Certainly not as fast as Seth Sylvester. Let's give you the assignments for section number 3. Marshall in 2, Simmons in 3, Hamilton in 4, Samuel in 5, Philip 6, Lafoucault in 7, and Caton in lane number 8. And another group of smaller athletes. This is a good run already from Marshall. Marshall's caught up with Simmons. And they've left Hamilton behind. On the outside, though, Jeremiah Caton of Memphis is having a fly on the back stretch, but can he sustain this pace here? Lafoucault of Cougars is trying to track him down.
Well, it seems to be Caton out in lane 8 of Memphis. He's holding on to a pretty good lead as he approaches the 150-meter mark. Right behind him is Lafoucault, and he's probably about 20 meters behind. But Caton, as he approaches the 100-meter mark, he is holding strong as he comes home, and he's coming straight to the line.
Yeah, he's made the turn, and he is looking very comfortable at the moment. And Cougars' Lafoucault has been left behind. Lafoucault trying to hold on to second place, but he has now been challenged for second place by Burnley's Caden Simmons. At the front of the pack, though, comfortable, comprehensive, brilliant win for Jeremiah Caton of Memphis. Burnley's Caden Simmons gets there for second, and in third place, a brave effort by Nathan Lafoucault ends with him in third place. Now coming across the line, there is Cougars' Amazia Marshall gets across the line, and it just tells you how difficult this race is. Young Edie Phillip just gets across the line from point 4 to New Jets, and just behind him, that is Kenmari Samuel of Memphis.
We see some of the athletes just walking across the line. It's like, oh, I'm over it.
I have Caton 1 minute 1.83 seconds for Jeremiah Caton. So the fastest time, Seth Sylvester of Cougars, 1 minute 0.46 seconds. He's the man that was able to get the win. Congratulations to him. So we're going pretty swiftly here. We have the girls 13 to 15 400-meter dash. We've seen some good execution of 400-meter technique among the girls. We've seen a couple of good, and we've seen some sharp battles also.
Yeah, we did. Show some athletes with some technique and form as professional athletes, which is really good to see for young athletes developing at a very young age. We go back to the boys' long jump. Coming for an approach. Seems to be a legal jump. It is a legal jump. Officials there taking the measurements. Seems to be an athlete from Burnley. He's on the track right now, getting ready to take his jump. Official signals it's time. Here he comes. Pretty good jump there. just about missing the board, probably by a couple of centimeters. So they're going to take that measurement from where he lifted off to the back of where he landed. Coming up should be the girls 13 to 15 400 meter dash. And we have 3 sections in this event. Our athletes is coming down here for the long jump. Pretty good jump there. It's a legal jump. Athlete seems to be a bit disappointed with that one. Checks his leap. That was Mikhail Paul of Concord with an excellent leap there. Another athlete of Burnley. Seems to be a foul jump. That was Robert Johnson. Okay, so it wasn't a foul jump. They are measuring this jump. He jumped a bit closer than the usual athlete, so it seems to be combined with the under 17 and the younger athletes. All these athletes are combined. Another jump there. Seems to be another under 13 athlete. So we are switching over to the girls.
13 to 15, 400 meters.
Yeah.
Let's give you the field here. Grandison of Alpha in 1, James of Genesis in 2, Rouse, the unattached runner, in 3, Phillips of Genesis in 4, Charles of IG Fastlane is in 5, Point Fortune New Jets Charles in 6, Superior Athletic Williams in 7, and Burnley's Julian is in lane number 8. Those are the lane assignments for the first section of 3 girls under 13 400 meter dash. And they are off at the moment here. Already Zeta Charles has made up the distance on Williams of Superior Athletic, and she's now headhunting Burnley's Julian on the backstretch. It is Point Fortune New Jets, Zeta Charles, that has the rule of the roost for the moment, but Delana Rouse, the unattached runner, is also coming after her.
It looks like Rouse is taking the lead as we have Williams out there in lane 7, but Rouse is taking over as she approaches the 200-meter mark. She's holding on and she's coming strong. She approaches the 150-meter mark. Here's Rouse coming very strong as she approaches the final 100. It seems to be Rouse taking it home.
It is Rouse that leads coming into the final turn, and Rouse has a 10-meter lead. She is left behind Zeta Charles of Burnley, and on the outside, Michaela Grandison is valiantly trying to hold on to second place, and she's geared down now. Delana Rouse, the unattached runner, who might not be unattached for long, gets there in just about 1 minute. If anything, she may have just shaded underneath that 1 minute mark, but that was an impressive run by Delana Rouse. She saw the early run by Zeta Charles, went with her and had the presence to just conserve enough to get across the line comfortably. She looked quite good there in that run.
Again, another impressive run by one of our young athletes here, looking pretty well, form on point, and it's really exciting to see some of our young athletes looking so well poised on the track.
And just as I thought, Rouse getting there in under a minute, 59.58 seconds for Delana Rouse. That is the time to beat so far from Rouse, and that is a pretty good run. She's set a good mark here for the competition. Let's go straight to the second segment. Leah Archibald, the unattached runner, in 1. Kiana Daniel of Burnley in 2. Akila Gonzalez of Davide is in 3. FAD's Kaya Hyson is also out there. She's in lane number 4. Point 14 New Jets. Chelsea Joseph in 5. Shireen Del Belmontes of Supari Athletic in 6. Nyla Kerr of Cougars in 7. And Danae Batiste of Phoenix Athletics is in 8. And they are starting here already. No Nyla Kerr. Kerr is actually there, and she has already gotten up on the back of Danae Batiste here. Nyla Kerr is out in front. The challenge rally is coming through the middle here, and it is coming from Jadel Joseph is also involved in this one here, but Nyla Kerr is the one that has the lead.
Kerr with the lead, but I see an athlete Hyson out in lane 4 of FAD. She is pulling away. She is pulling a challenge as she approaches the 150-meter mark. Here's Hyson as she approaches the 150.
And it is Hyson that has the lead coming into the turn here. She explodes off the turn, and arms are pumping. She is firmly in control of this race now. Hyson, a familiar name for fulfilling athletic dreams, and she is fulfilling not only dreams but ambitions as she gets across the line in under 58 seconds. Second place, a good run by Nyla Kerr. And in third place, the Phoenix Athletic runner, Dana Batiste, distant third behind. But another impressive run here. And this one,
I think that was
Kaya Hyson, a familiar
Hyson,
name to all of us here in track and field in Trinidad and Tobago, and converts quite well.
Yeah. That was an excellent run there by Hyson, actually running through the line. And that's what a lot of coaches like to see. They like to see their athletes run across the line. Tip across the line, don't slow down.
That's right. Well, we'll go straight across to section 3, and Hyson's time, just in case, 56.94. Quickly, let's give you the field for 3. Thompson in 1, Bristol in 2, No Athlete in 3, Joseph in 4, Lee in 5, Smith 6, Briggs 7, and Camila King of Eastern Flyers is in late number 8, and Eastern Flyers Camila King is having a fly of her own here. She's been followed by the trio of Briggs, Smith, and Lee, and it is Briggs out of those 3 that has now gone past King. Smith and Lee are in chase.
Looks like Smith is going to take this early lead here as she approaches the 200-meter mark. But I see our athlete Bristol of Point 14 New Jets is powering away in lane 2 as she approaches the 150 mark. She is taking over the field at the moment.
Well, Smith is coming off the turn with a slight lead, but the real challenge is coming from lane number 2, where Sophia Bristol of the Point 14 New Jets has caught up on here, but she's starting to look a little bit more dicey now, and it is for Belmontes. Is that Belmontes? No, that is in fact the runner
Smith of Burnley,
who has now gone out there to take the win and take it quite comfortably. But the Burnley athlete Renice Smith gets the win. In second place, it was Sophia Bristol of Point 14 New Jets, and got there in second place. The 2 Burnley athletes congratulating each other. Jadel Joseph was the other athlete from Burnley who got across the line.
It was a burst of excitement there by Bristol as she approached the 200-meter mark, Really expecting to see her pull away to the win, but Smith really was what gave the shocker today with that event.
1 minute, 1.73 the time for Smith as she gets to win. So we go on now to the boys, 13 to 15, 400 meters. 6 finals here. So this one appears to have been very popular. 28 runners due to compete in this one. And seeing some familiar names. Elijah Mitchell is one of them, the Abilene Wildcats runner. Maury James of Burnley is also there. And the Bahamas Relays, boys under 20 and girls under 20. Several athletes from Trinidad and Tobago will be going to those events, and some of those names were put up in lights during the Carifta. Kadeem Chinapu, Hakeem Chinapu, and Mikhail Bai of Simplex, Cameron Powell of Phoenix, Che Wickham of Stallion, and Dylan Woodruff of Cougar. He won the 100 meters for the Carifta trials here. Girls under 20, Janae DeGans, Alexi Henry of Concord and Zenit respectively, Sierra Joseph of Simplex, Symphony Patrick of Concord, Kezia Peters of Simplex, and Khadija Pickering of Abilene Wildcats. Those are the runners who will be involved in the pre-show. What a great opportunity for those young runners to run definitely at that event.
Yeah, most definitely. Really looking forward to the World Relays. It's always an exciting event, especially for the 4x4 with Trinidad and Tobago, always having some really top-class athletes in the 400 meters. You know Marshall Cedeno, Jareem Richards, who's actually running 100, 200, and 400. Jareem actually put down a performance of 10.19 at an event yesterday.
Boys 13 to 14, 400 meter dash, as we mentioned, 6 finals due to start shortly. And the athletes involved in the first event will be coming on shortly. Let's give you the field for Section 1. Cougars, Lyndon George in 2. Neon Wolves, Jeremiah McKnight in 3. 4, Lane 4, Genesis Malachi Albert in 5. Burnley's Nikel Gill in 6. Point Fortune New Jets runner Daniel Lawrence in 7. Burnley's Rashawn Joseph. And in lane number 8, Fulfilling Athletic Dreams, and their runner Josiah Fox, number 966. He is out there in lane number 8. All the action tends to come from 5 and 6, Nikel Gill and Daniel Lawrence. But as we've seen here today, the athletes on the outer lanes have done very well.
Yeah. As I said, lane 7 is the lucky number for today. We saw about three or four races won out from lane 7 in both the 300 meter and the 400 meter.
Meantime, the long jump is still taking place, and tell you what, the most comfortable or accomplished of the athletes in the boys' long jump appears to be Mikhail Paul of Concord. Who's put in another good jump just below us here. So boys under 13 just about to begin. George in the green of Cougars is already there. Neon Wolves, Jeremiah McKnight in the black outfit. Genesis and Malachi Albert in that dark blue outfit that they have. Mikhail Gill of Burnley in 5. Point Fortune New Jets. Daniel Lawrence in 6. In 7, another Burnley athlete, Rashawn Joseph, and Josiah Fox of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams. He will hope to run and not see anybody else until he gets to the line. So the athletes asked to stand up there, and I think it was because Josiah Fox was not quite ready. In fact, he stood up before he was asked to stand up there. And Fox just a few meters away from the goal post. That goal post will be used in a couple of weeks for that Legends match that's coming up here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And there is a good start for Josiah Fox. He's already got the beat on Rashawn Joseph here. And the rest are bunched up, but Fox is the man who's already started to pull ahead. And on the back straight, well, here's the move coming from Nikel Gill, who's starting to get ahead and track down Fox.
So Fox seems to be pulling away out there in lane 8. As you said, he seems nobody in front of him. Fox is holding on to his lead as he approaches the 150-meter mark. The entire field is jumbled in the back.
And as Fox comes round the turn, he still has the lead, but the rest of the field is starting to collapse on him now. And this 400-meter race has turned into a fox hunt. And on the outside, it is Cougars George and McKnight who've now gotten alongside Fox, and they've gone past him. And these two are involved in a ding-dong battle. McKnight just ahead of George. He's beaten George. George gives up the chase. McKnight wins it. George is second. And Fox, after a brave vigil on the outside, ends up in third place. But that was good running there by McKnight. Won the battle in the end with himself and Lyndon George of Cougars.
Yeah, most definitely. Excellent run there by Fox as well. As he was in lane 8, he didn't really get to pace himself to understand, okay, where the other athletes are. But overall, excellent run by McKnight, George, and Fox.
56 flat for McKnight as he gets the win. Let's go straight across to section 2. We start off with Sean Hart of Cougars in lane number 2. The unattached runner in black, Travis Lazare, is in lane number 3. Burnley's Urebo Johnson in 4. In 5, David Bernard of Simplex. In 6, Josiah Hunt of Abilene Wildcats. John Williams of FED in 7. And Caden Perez of QRC. He is in lane number 8. And it's a good start for Perez out of QRC. But John Williams has blazed past him there, and going to join him now is Josiah Hunt. Josiah Hunt is being chased now by David Bernard, and Burnley's Urebo Johnson, who was involved in the long jump just a few minutes ago. He's after all of them.
I see Hunt is burning up the field as he approaches his 150-meter mark with Bernard right behind him. It's Abilene and Simplex. It's a 1-2 straight towards the final 100-meter mark here. It's a quite challenge as we approach the final 100. It seems to be the athlete of Simplex.
And Bernard, the hunt is over perhaps here for Josiah Hunt as he has been left behind. The hunt is not over because he's gone past him again, and he's going to win it, pulling away to get the win. Josiah Hunt, what a show of character by him. He's beaten Bernard, and Cougars Sean Hart gets there in third place. What a good run by Josiah Hunt, showing a lot of heart. Was beaten, came back and got the win.
And that's the excitement of the 400 meter. You never know who's going to take it. Let's wait for the time from Hunt. Seems to be a very fast time there for under 15 athlete.
Oh, we haven't seen the time just yet, so let's give you the field. Section 3, and the time might come up shortly. Goodridge of Burnley in 2, Adams, the unattached runner, in 3, Thomas of Concord in 4, Stewart of Burnley in 5, Williams of Abilene in 6, Trudge, Deshaun Trudge is back at it again of QRC, he is in 7, and Jordan James of Genesis is in lane number 8. Does Trudge have enough in him to take this? He was actually involved earlier in another race.
54.05 for Hunt.
Well, they've been asked to stand up, and yeah, 54.05, wow. That is almost 2 seconds faster than the time back by McKnight in the previous race. There's something wrong here at the moment. In fact, 2 officials are now coming over to speak to Jeremiah Stewart of Burnley. And they're now peeling away from him, so that appears to be okay. So here we go. Goodridge in 2, Adams 3, Thomas 4, Stewart 5, Williams 6, Trudge 7, and Jordan in 8. Trudge crosses himself before settling into his stance. And there is the start. Trudge trying to catch up with James, who has gone off to a flyer here. Also going well is Jeremiah Stewart of Burnley, and he is almost up on the back of Trudge as they go on to the back stretch.
Seems to be the Burnley athletes, Goodridge, Stewart, and James. James out in lane 8. He has the lead. And that's it, James getting his challenge by Goodridge. Goodridge, so it's lane 2 and lane 8. Goodridge and James as they approach the final 100.
James trying to hold on here, but Goodridge is the man who has taken over the lead, and Goodridge looking quite comfortable. He was floating well on the back stretch, conserving his energy, and now has a bit of it to burn here as the Burnley man is ahead, but James is fighting back and just gets there second, but it is a good win for Jaden Goodridge. And in third place, the other Burnley athlete, Jeremiah Stewart, gets there to take third place. So Burnley athletes again impressive in the 400 meters.
Most impressive. It seems to be another 54 time on the clock because we await the final time. But pretty good run for under 15 athletes there.
Well, as you look out for that time, let's take a look at what's happening in section 4. Brown of QRC in 2, Mondi of Abilene Wildcats in 3, Omari James of Burnley in 4, Hassan Joseph of Sipari Athletic in 5, Jonas Guyton of Cougars in 6, Matthew Marshall of Burnley in 7, and Mikel Lubon, the unattached runner, he is in lane number 8. So here they go. We're going thick and fast here. No athlete in lane number 6. Jonas Guyton is not here. In fact, he is here, and he's making his presence felt because Guyton has now blown away the field. He's into the backstretch. Now, has he gone a bit too early here? As he takes the lead, they're trying to catch up with him. It is Burnley's Matthew Marshall that has him in second place.
And he is blazing up the field as he approaches the 150-meter mark. All the other athletes are now on the 200-meter mark. He is burning. He's almost at the final 100, and there he is, Matthew Marshall.
Don't think anybody's going to catch Marshall today here because that one, Marshall is already 70 meters away from the line, and he's 30 meters ahead of the next competitor, who is Matthew Lubon. But at the front of the field, Marshall just easing over the line in just under 52 seconds. That is a very, very good time indeed. Burnley's Matthew Marshall comes in second place, and just holding on to get third place is, I believe that's is that Omari James who gets across there in third place. I think that is definitely going to be the fastest time.
Matthew Marshall took a bit of tumble there as he finished the race, but it seemed to look like a 52 or 51 that he ran.
51.84 is the time for Matthew Marshall. That is very good for the boys, 13 to 15. So Marshall there certainly putting on an impressive performance in the boys 13 to 15 400-meter dash. Let's go straight across to section 4.
Gitton, we got the names wrong there. That's Jonas Gitton of Cougars.
Yeah, he's
51.84.
The two Burnley athletes, I believe one of them is involved in the long jump. Guyton is the one who they have as the winner here. So I think there was a bit of a change. Guyton was in fact the one to win it. Jonas Guyton of 51.84. Let's give it a feel for section 5. In lane number 2, Faizabaz Nicholas, Davidson in 3, Huggins in 4, Edwards 5, John 6, Davis 7, and Moore in 8. And there is the start. Isaiah John of Burnley not involved in this one. The front 3 are the ones to go fastest here, and out of those front 3, Moore and Davis involved. They're looking pretty good at the moment. Now it's Burnley's Davidson on the inside that has started to make the running.
Seems like Davidson and Huggins of Burnley. It's Davidson taking the lead as he approaches the 150 mark. It's 1, 2, 3. Burnley, and FAD. Who is it going to be as they approach the final 100-meter mark? It seems to be Davidson of Burnley.
It is Davidson of Burnley that has the lead, and Davidson, Huggins in second place, and here is John, who's now starting to pick it up here. John coming late. He's coming late, and he might be able to take this run from his teammate. It is John. I think he just may have lost it out, and in the last second, in the last meter or so, Davidson looked like he just had enough to get across the line.
Excellent run by those Burnley athletes here today.
So this is the last section of the race. Jones of Faizabad was in lane number 1. He's not here. Brian Scott of Burnley is going to race. He is in lane number 2. Jesus Kwashi of Simplex is in 3. Kelson Peters of Burnley in 4. QRC's Aaron Williams in the blue of QRC is in lane number 5. Davis, the unattached runner, is in 6. Tequan John of Burnley is in 7. And Elijah Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats. He is in the yellow of Abilene Wildcats. He's on the outside. Very hazy day here in Port of Spain. The Sahara dust is very much in evidence, and there's a roll of thunder above us here. Thor is apparently a little bit upset about the way things are going here. Or maybe he's just giving us a roar of approval. Who knows? And a correction, Amelie Jones of Faizabad is in the race. He has joined us belatedly. So 8 athletes in this one. Jones, Scott, Kwashi, Peters, Williams, Davis, John, and Mitchell. And there we go with the start of the final section. Good start for Tequan John. He's already gone ahead of the field along with Elijah Mitchell. Those two are the ones leading at the moment. Scott and Peters of Burnley are coming after them. The 3 Burnley athletes in the top 4.
It seems to be Scott taking an early lead as he approaches the 200-meter mark. He's followed by Kwashi. That's it. Scott, as he approaches the 150-meter mark, he picks up the speed as he approaches his final 100-meter. Woo, he is burning up the field.
The man from Burnley, Brian Scott, in those orange shoes, blazing down the track. His teammate, Kelson Peters, is trying to put in a token challenge, but no one is going to catch Scott today. Great Scott wins it in under 51 seconds. That is the fastest time of the day. Brian Scott, take a bow. He has the fastest time of the day. Wow. The Burnley men really represented well in that race. Well, let's find out. It will be interesting to see what Brian Scott achieved there. That was a very good time for him. And there it is, 50.43.
Wow.
What a time for Brian Scott in the 400 meters. That is excellent work.
I thought we had seen it from today with the 51.84, but wow. What a run there by Brian Scott. 50.43.
Yeah, so that will end off the competition in the 400 meters. The girls' discus throw coming up shortly. We'll also have the boys under 15 shot put. And then there's also the boys under 17 shot put taking place. On the track next, girls' 1500 meter event and the boys' 1500 meters. 2 small fields involved in those. And on the straight, we will have the girls on the 1180 meter dash coming up also. A lot of action remaining here. Let's keep an eye on the long jump, which is taking place at this time.
For your attention.
So the 1500 meters just about to start. There are two girls involved in this event. Girls 1500 meters. There's also the boys 1500 meters and two girls just on the inside of the track here. So they're going 3 3/4 laps of the track here at the Hazy Crawford Stadium. The girls, Tiana Haynes and Jolana Elder. The boys involved in the race, Andres Alling, Ashton Torres, Avinash Ross, Joshua Bernard, Seth Mangru, Aaliyah Glenn, Jeremy Samaru, Aliquan La Rosa, Armani Dillon, Taj Moses, and Mikhail Surratt. Those are the runners involved in this one. 13 in all are entered to compete in a combined event, boys and girls 1500 meter race. So they're just having a bit of a discussion at the moment as to find out. Athletes have been asked to get off the line at the moment. And I think they're still discussing who, just certifying or making sure that who is there at the moment. Of course, there are events taking place all around the world. Diamond League meet a couple of days ago. There's also the Kip Keino races taking place in Kenya. There was some pretty good runs over the weekend. Talking about the 1500s, Gudaf Tsege picked up where she left off at the end of last season. The Ethiopian landed the world 10,000 meter title in Budapest last August. She couldn't quite get the world record yesterday, but she underlined her talent by running the third fastest 1500 meters of all time. Tsege pulled the clear of her 18-year-old training partner, Berke Hailom, with 300 meters remaining and clocking a time of 3 minutes 50.30 in the 1500. That's ridiculous.
That's blazing.
Tsege, and certainly she's announced she will be a real threat for the Olympics. And still smarting from her loss to Ellis St. Pierre of the USA in the 3,000 meter final at the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow. So the discussion still continues over the 1500 meter event, an event that has been dominated by the Africans over the years. They certainly do dominate those middle distance races, the 800 meters, the 1500s, the metric mile as they call it here. And there we go, it's the start of the metric mile, girls 1500 meters and the boys 1500 meter event. And it is Burnley's Armani Dillon, that's the one who's gone to the front now. Now Dillon is the favorite to win this one because Dillon has been very competitive in the races last week. We saw him up there really challenging Nicholas Romany and Tafari Waldron. He was up there with them. And no surprise, surprise, he's already up at the front.
Really confident start there by the young ladies as well in this event.
Ladies at the back of the pack at the moment. Avinash Ross is in second place at the moment, and he's the one following Armani Dillon. Jeremy Samaru, I believe, is in third place at the moment. Jeremy Samaru, Richard Jones Racing Team. He's another one that we have seen him compete in many of these competitions. And he has some work to do here. Now, Ross actually was trying to put a challenge in on Dillon, but he seemed to have repelled that challenge quite easily, and he's now opened up a 10-meter lead.
Yeah.
Dylan Armani coming to the line for the second time. Couple of laps still to go for him, and he's looking very comfortable. Yeah, Avinash Ross of Richard Jones Racing Team. Yeah, it looks like he put in a bit of a challenge there. Maybe he went a bit too fast for his own good, and now has been left in the dust here. His teammate Jeremy Samaru just behind him, and those two just has a look back just past his flapping dreadlocks to see that Samaru has closed the distance to within about 11 meters to him. So that looks like the battle for third place, second and third place. Elijah Glenn of IG Fastlane is in fourth place. Those are the top four as they go up there. Now it looks like Samaru is the one who is, he's going to take over from Ross in second place in a few seconds. But Dylan Armani Dylan, correction, he is looking so comfortable. And his lead as he comes around to take the bell for the last round, his lead is about 30 meters, so he has absolutely blown this field away.
Yeah, definitely. Dylan approaches his third lap. Looks really comfortable. Knows exactly what he's doing. Holding his momentum.
Dylan takes the bell for the final lap. His lead is now stretched to about 60 meters. Jeremy Samaru has taken over second place. Avinash Ross has fallen back to third. He has a lot of work to do, but he's looking pretty comfortable for the bronze medal in this one. As for the women's field, two women involved in this one, Tiana Haynes and Jolana Elder. And it is Jolana Elder in second place for the women, and this should be Haynes out in front with the two young women involved in the race. At the front of the men's race, it is Armani Dylan that has a massive lead here. And here he is starting to put on the jets now as he closes on the line just 20 meters away, and Armani Dylan takes it in just under 4:34. Well, the youngsters are coming to take the bell for the last lap for them. Jeremy Samaru now just quickening up his pace as he gets to the line, and he gets there in under 5 minutes. That's a good effort there from Jeremy Samaru to get in there. And now coming up to take third place, Avinash Ross, who was in second place and did provide a brief challenge for Armani Dylan, but found Dylan much too strong in this one. Just coming in at under 5:15. And here is Elijah Glenn of IG Fastlane. He comes in to take fourth place. In fifth, Ashton Torres of Abilene Wildcats. Just behind him is Taj Moses of Lambeau Alliance. And just coming across there after Taj, another one of the young athletes of Abilene Wildcats. And the young ladies coming across the line. A couple more of the young ladies have been entered in the race, and we saw coming across shortly Jolana Elder of the young lady from Titan went across the line. This is the final competitor from the women's race. There should be Tiana Hayes coming across the line in just under 56 minutes, 53 seconds. So Joanna Elder winning the girls 1500 meter event, and the winner of the boys 1500 meter, Armani Dillon. We'll have the 80 meter dash coming up shortly. Competition in the boys long jump has ended, and we will have competition in the girls discus coming up shortly. So we're just about ready for the start of the girls under 11 800 meters. There are 8 finals here, 8 sections in this one. Let's give it a field. We start off with Sophia Evelyn of FAD, fulfilling athletic dreams. She is in lane number 2. Talia Solomon of Simplex is in 3. Kaylee Ramber of Point Fortin New Jets is in lane number 4. In lane number 5, Renaya Prince of QRC. Zendaya Williams of Abilene Wildcats is in 6. Isoke Morgan of Concord in 7. And in lane number 8, Kaylee McIndor of Simplex. That's the field for the first section of the girls under 11 80-meter dash. So they're just about to start. Let's see how it goes here. And there is the start. Excellent start for Evelyn of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams. She is in the lead at the moment, but Isoke Morgan of Concord has gone ahead and she will take it. Morgan takes it. Evelyn is second, and it looked like very, very close between the two Simplex athletes, Solomon and McIndo. They were very, very close for third place there. So the first one of the races in the books, and it is Isoke Morgan of Concord that wins it in 12.54 seconds.
We move swiftly to section 2. In lane 1, it's Casey Atwell of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 2, we have Sky St. Louis of Dabity. In lane 3, we have Janaya Job of Concord. In lane 4, we have Shakia Peters of Simplex. In lane 5 is Kadeen Hackshaw of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6 is Aria Toussaint of Cougars. In lane 7 is Gabriela Mendez, unattached. And in lane 8 is Janaya John of MAP. The athletes take their mark. A bit of uncomfort there by the athletes. Officials give them the cue to stand. Seems to be the athlete in lane 8. And they are off. Pretty even start there, but it seems to be the athlete Job of Concord pulling away from the field. It's 1, 2, 3. It's a tight race as they approach the line. It's the athlete in lane 7, Mendez, unattached in her neon. Excellent run there by Mendez.
Mendez winning it in 12.208. She was also very impressive in that 300-meter event, so she's still warm.
Yeah, she's still
and
warm.
She put on the heat there in that one. Let's go across to section 3 of the women's 80-meter race. This one is a much smaller field. I'm seeing Kellis Rodriguez of Concord in 2. There is no Kendall Thomas of Cougars in 3. In lane number 4, Amir Torres of Abilene Wildcats is there in lane number 4. In 5, Ania McCoy of Mountain Eagles. In lane number 6, we have Calissa Rodney of MEP. In lane number 7, Davidi's Elena Francis. And in lane number 8, the unattached runner, Dakia Yearwood. She is in lane number 8. That's the field for the section 3. We're joined by a very young commentator beside us here. Want to say hello?
Hello.
Yes, a young commentator and making his way in the commentary world. He's only 8 years old and making his debut here on Wave TV. Oh, he's 9 years old. Correction. Sorry for that. Let's go once again. Rodriguez in 2, Torres 4, McCoy 5, Rodney 6, Francis 7, and Yearwood 8. Section 3. Oh, there's a false start on there off. There was a bit of a false start, but all the same, it's Mountain Eagles and Issa McCoy that has the lead. And McCoy racing ahead And here comes the challenge of Elena Francis. She's not going to catch her, but McCoy wins it. But Francis was the one who false started very clearly earlier. I'm surprised they didn't call the race back. But we will hear that. But McCoy is a clear winner, 13.50.
We move on to section 5. We move on to section 4, sorry. In lane 2, we have Naomi Phillip of Cougars. In lane 3, we have Zephora Skeet of Abilene Wildcats. We have Zariel Melville of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5, we have Willow Spencer of Burnley. In lane 6, we have Talia Theophilus of Concord. These 7, Faith Christopher Memphis. And Talia Benjamin in lane 8. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. It seems to be the athletes in lane number 2. That's Naomi Phillip burning on the field as Cougars. The cat is roaring. That is Cougars. Naomi Phillip. Excellent run there by Naomi Phillip out in lane 2.
11.37 for Phillip. What a time. And the youngster really making a big impression here. Never looked like anyone was going to beat her for that
excellent run there from start to finish. She really dominated in this event.
Well, will that time hold up? We'll find out. Let's give you the field for section 5. Blackman of Cheetahs in 2. Ania Boatswain of Abilene Wildcats in 3. Malia Raphael of Neon Wolves in 4. Chelsea McDonald of Simplex in 5. Saria Thomas of Point Fortin New Jets in 6. Abrielle Bain of Simplex in 7. And Mayley Ann Leafook, the unattached runners in 8. Don't think we'll have the full field here. Let's see who's not out here today. I think we won't have. Yes, we do have lane number 4. Yes, they're all out there today except for the athlete in lane number 6, Saria Thomas of Point Fortin New Jets, who has competed in some of the other events earlier today. She will not be competing in this one. So Blackman in 2, Boatswain 3, Raphael 4, McDonald 5, Bain 7, and Leafook in lane number 8. There is the start, and Leafook has got the jump on the field here. She's already opened up a couple meters lead, and she has the challenge of McDonald. McDonald's coming, but Leafook is across the line in just under 13 seconds and takes the win. Very impressive run by Leafook, but certainly not as fast as what we saw from Naomi Phillip, but definitely an easy win for Mayley Ann Leafook in lane number 8.
We move on to section 6. No athlete in lane 1. We have in lane 2, Sigmaya Andrews, unattached. Lane 3, Amaya Marshall of Cougars. In lane 4, we have Ariane Sankar-Singh of Sapari Athletics. In lane 5, Abia Lloyd. In lane 6, Melissa Davis. 7, Naya Simon. And lane 8, Sena Malchan.
Leafook's time, by the way, was 12.24.
And they are off. It seems to be our athlete in lane 2. That is Simi Andrews. Andrews crosses the line first. That was Amaya Marshall of Cougars out in lane 3 with 12.05.
So that's 12.05, not a bad time indeed. Let's go to section 7. Ariana Nikki of Memphis in 2. Jaya Felix, the unattached runner, in 3. Mia Marie Rollins of Abilene in 4. Mercedes Roberts of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams in 5. Kimaya Marshall of Titan in 6. Nefertari Lewis of Abilene in 7. And Zoditu Batiste of Simplex in 8. There we go with the start of the race. Oh, that is a stumble for the athlete in lane number 3, Felix. But already out in front, here is Marshall of Titan. And the Titans will take it. Kimaya Marshall very comfortably across the line to take the win, and she wins it out of lane number 6. 7th of 8 finals, and Kimaya Marshall takes the win quite comfortably in the end. We'll give you time in a moment. Here's the lane assignments for 8.
Right. In lane 1, we have Taya Bowen of Simplex. In lane 2, we have Destiny Guevara of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, Samaya Stroud of Concord. In lane 4, Jolene Huggins of FAD. In lane 5, Renaya Emmanuel of Memphis. In lane 6, we have Sarah Brown of Point Fortin New Jets. 7, Amira Green of Cougars. In lane 8, Akaya Otley of Mason Hall. The athletes take their mark.
Kimaya Marshall's time, 12:42.
And they are off to a pretty even start, but it's our athlete Otley of Mason Hall who's taking the early lead. The athlete of Abilene Wildcats in lane 2 is pulling as well, but it seems to be Otley of Mason Hall, and she takes it.
Well, that's Akaya Otley looking like Merlin Otley there. In fact, 12.05, good time.
Another 12.05 there. That was Akaya Otley of Mason Hall, and in second was Destiny Guevara of Abilene Wildcats.
Well, Naomi Phillips's time of 11.37 is the one that stands up as the fastest in these timed finals. Naomi Phillip of Cougars gets the win in that one, unofficially, of course. Next up, we'll have the boys under 11 80-meter dash. The athletes are on their way on the track.
So guys, I am here with a young Gabriel Caesar of Abilene Wildcats. He is an athlete competing in the boys 300 meter event today. He competed and represent. I was just told that his nickname is Flash. So he competed today and represented well for Abilene Wildcats. So Gabriel, how was your race today? How did you feel running today to represent your club, Abilene Wildcats?
Excited.
You feel excited?
Yes.
How was the competition on the field?
Tiring.
It was tiring? Okay, so in coming into your event today, what was the words from your coaches? You didn't get not much from the coaches today?
No.
What do you love?
I told you before.
He told me to go out and do my best.
He told you go out and do your best? Well, yeah, that's what my coaches would have told me too, because I ran at Abilene Wildcats as well back in 2008. Yeah? So what brought you into track and field? Why did you choose track and field apart from any other sport?
So I could be the fastest person on earth.
Faster. Oh, so that's why you're Flash, right?
Yes.
All right. So who's your favorite athlete in track and field?
I don't have any.
You don't have any? You don't. What about Jareem Richards? You know Jareem Richards?
No.
What about Usain Bolt? You know Usain Bolt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Usain Bolt is not a favorite? Okay.
No.
What's your favorite event to run? You like the 100, the 200, the 300?
200.
You like the 200?
Yes.
Well, Gabriel, I look forward to seeing you in the future. I really look forward to seeing you in the future. And I heard you also run middle distance and long distance.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So you like those events?
Can you repeat it, please?
So you like those events, the middle distance, the longer events as well?
Yes.
Okay, well, I really look forward to seeing you running these events in the future. So, guys, look out for the young Gabriel Caesar of Abilene Wildcats. He will be one to look out for in the future. So, thank you, Gabriel, for talking to us here at Wave Sport, and I wish you the best in your future races. Yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, guys, so that was a young Gabriel Caesar of Abilene Wildcats there. So we await the start of the boys under 11 800 meter dash. We have seem to be 11 sections in this event. A lot of athletes here competing in the 80 meters sprint. As we know, the 100 meter is always a popular event for athletes. It's very exciting and exhilarating. So we have a lot of athletes competing here this morning. It's really exciting and really a pleasure to see so many athletes, young athletes competing here in Trinidad and Tobago. We look forward to a bright future to our athletes. As we can see, it's pretty hazy here in Port of Spain. It's a Sahara dust. I would hate it for some of the athletes who would have respiratory illnesses. So we head to a short break as we await the start of the boys under 11 80 meter dash here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
Under 11 80 meter dash, and we have Alexander Cougars in 2. We have a girl running in this race, Kaylee Phillip is in lane number 1. The young lady getting a chance to run in the boys' race. Alexander of Cougars in 2. Bishop of Alpha in 3. Derek of Simplex in 4. Edwards of Memphis in 5. Kudre of MAP, maximizing athletic potential, is in 6. Patterson of Neon Wolves in 7. And Devonish of Genesis is in lane number 8. Those are the 8 athletes, and the tallest of those, the easiest to spot, is MAP's Akeem Kudre. And Akeem Kudre is looking like Usain Bolt in terms of his size and stature. He's really tall. Oh my gosh. Is he under 11? Well, I don't think. I must have been half that height when I was 11. He's one of those precocious young athletes. And I think we only need to keep our eye on athletes like these, because those are the ones who tend to attract all the attention because of their superior physical status. So keep an eye on Akeem Kudre of MEP. He's in lane number 6. Very tall young man. He's towering over the heads of the other boys. And that's the genetic advantages that you do get.
It is, yeah.
So Kudre in 6, Patterson 7, Devonish 8, and a young Phillip, the young lady who didn't get a chance to run in the girls' 80-meter dash, is running with the boys. And this is a huge disadvantage for her, because the young boys are going to leave her behind. And does she have the wherewithal to keep going and not allow that to bother her? I'm sure her coach may have talked to her a little bit about this if they could. So let's see how it goes here. Kudre in that fluorescent green, or is that fluorescent yellow? Green, I can't tell the difference. Green is green, yellow is yellow, first man. And Kudre also has the fluorescent green shoes to go with it, so he is nicely attired. And I think he's going to attract a fair amount of attention, Akeem Kudre here. So they are on their marks here. And the tall man is in lane number 6. Almost ready for the start here. The first of 11 finals. Well, there was a little bit of movement there by Aiden Derrick, the young Simplex athlete. In fact, that right leg of his had started to move already.
Yeah.
And instead of it being behind him, behind his left leg, it was actually almost alongside, almost like he was trying to hop over to start.
A lot of moves there with these young athletes.
There we go with the start. It's an excellent start for Kudre, and as you would expect, the big man is already out in front. Oh, he's going to win this one easily. He's perilously close to the line, though, and gets across in a very quick time, maybe under 12 seconds. So, as we would expect it, Kudre got there pretty easily to take the win. It'll be interesting to see the time. This could very well be the fastest time of this segment.
Excellent run there by Kudre. Okay, so we move on to section 2. In lane 2, we have Dion Benjamin of MAP. In lane 3, we have Zion Phillips of Cougars. In lane 4, we have Drew Titus of MAP. In lane 5, we have Stefan Bernard of Simplex. In lane 6, we have Josiah Joseph of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7 is Stefari Benjamin Roach of Memphis. And in lane 8, it's Emperor Edwards of Striders.
Kudre's time was 11.26.
Ooh, blazing. And they are off. It's the athlete Phillips of Cougars. He's pulling the lead. He takes it. That's another Cougar out and running in lane 3. It's Cougars Phillips, Zion Phillips of Cougars. Excellent run from Zion Phillips of Cougars. The Cougars are roaring. They are.
11.75 for Zion Phillips to get the win. Let's go to section 3 here. Kimani Moore of Abilene Wildcats in 2. Alex Delpesh of Memphis in 3. Dimitri Gludon of Simplex in 4. Kyle Roberts of Cougars in 5. Zacchaeus Gilks of QRC in 8. Nathan Rivers of Alpha in 7. And Kyle Kwan of Burnley is in lane number 7. Lane number 8. False start again, almost a false start by Delpesh. Very, very similar to what we saw in the last race, where the youngster almost stepped over the line. And Delpesh not trying to go with the N in bang, but the B in bang there. Too early for him. And he will run afoul of several starters in the future if that happens. So let's run through the lane assignments once again. Moore in 2, Delpesh in 3, Gludon in 4, Roberts in 5, Chilks in 6, Rivers in 7, and Lacroix in lane number 8. The name Gludon does come to mind. The great administrator, Dr. Ivor Gludon. I wonder if there's any relation here. Dimitri Gludon is racing out of lane number 7. We'll keep an eye on the frenetic Delpesh, the Memphis man, eager to get across the line. Now there's a little bit of a check going on at the moment just to make sure all is well. No, Lacroix is there, that's correct. There is the start. Very good start here. And Cougars. Roberts is already out in front. And look at Delpesh. Delpesh was eager to get out there, but he's going to be beaten into second place because Roberts gets there just ahead of Delpesh. And it's Rivers of Alpha that gets across there in third. And once again, the Cougars athletes are dominating the sprints. And Kelvin Nanku and his team must be so pleased with what they're seeing from their Cougars runners.
We move on to section 4. In lane 2, we have Ty Charandi George. In lane 3, Marcus Lewis of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4, Zachary Devonish of Genesis. In lane 5, Declan Blackman of Cougars. In lane 6, Liam Maskell of Simplex. In lane 7, it's Kenban Monroe of Point Fortin New Jets. And in lane 8 is Johan Robinson of Burnley. The athletes take their mark. It's an athlete of Cougars. And lane 8 of Burnley, that's Robinson. It's a pretty unpredictable race at the midpoint. But Johan Robinson of Burnley took over.
And he won it in 12.72. So let's run across straight to section 5. Kyron Otley of Neon Wolves in 2. Jordan Belfort of Abilene Wildcats in 3. Kelme Sherry of Memphis in 4. Jeremiah Noel of Burnley in 5. Kalani Primus of Simplex in 6. Amaziah Cumberbatch, the unattached runner, in 7. Jonathan Davis of MAP in 8. And if our producer Ian Wason were here, I'm sure he'd love the name of that runner in 4, Riquelme, one of his favorite players. The great Riquelme of Argentina fame. Juan Roman, to give you his full name. One of the last old-time, as they call it, playmakers in the history of football, and one of the best indeed. And his name lives on here at the Hazy Crawford Stadium. Riquelme Sherry running for Memphis. Well, Riquelme wasn't one of the fastest ones, but let's hope that Sherry is a bit faster here, the Memphis man. So here the lane assignments once again. Otley in 2, Belfont 3, Sherry in 4, Noel in 5, Primus in 6, Cumberbatch in 7, and Davis is in 8. Burnley and Cougars have dominated these shorter events. A little bit of a hiccup here as the unattached runner, Cumberbatch, just some attention to him. There we go with the start. Excellent start by Otley of the Wolves on the outside. But here comes the unattached runner, Cumberbatch, running in the colors of Burnley, and he takes it quite comfortably in just about 13 seconds or so. Now he's unattached, but he's running in the colors of Burnley, so that might be a bit of a change there, but Cumberbatch the winner quite comfortably.
On to third and sixth. In lane 1, we have Matthias London, unattached. In lane 2, Caleb Williams of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, Daniel of Point Fortune New Jets. In lane 4, Jaden Jack of Dabadie. In lane 5, Amari Mark of MAP. In lane 6, Zamiel Woodruff of Burnley. In lane 7, Elijah Hernandez of QRC. And in lane 8 is Keon Ballantyne of Simplex.
So Kyle Lacroix was actually the runner who was running in the Burnley uniform, not Amaziah Cumberbatch. That was a change that was made.
Zamiel Woodruff was supposed to be in lane 6. So lane 6 is empty. So we have 7 athletes here competing in section 6. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. It seems to be our athlete 1 and 2. It's Mark and Jack. That was Mark of MAP taking it away from Jaden Jack of Dabadie.
So we'll give that time in a moment. Let's go across to section 7 and 11.54. That's the time for Mark. Section 7 now, Diaz of Abilene in 2, Romani of Concord in 3.
Section 7, in lane 2, we have Amani Diaz of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, Akili Jr. Romani of Concord. In lane 4, Kitwi Frank of Memphis. In lane 5 is Caden Mohammed of Unattached. In lane 6, Zion Collymore of Lions. In lane 7, John Phillip of MAP. In lane 8, Ephraim French of Simplex. The athletes take their mark. No athlete in 6. And they are off. It seemed to be a bit of a false start. Some of the athletes are stopping. So they go back to their starting positions. Pretty eager there.
Well, I think Concord's Romani, he was out there in front. He was actually in the best position to go on a win.
Yeah. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. It's our athlete Philip of MAP pulling away from the field, burning down the track. It's Philip with the athlete of Abilene Wildcats in the second position, and that is Philip of MAP. Very excellent run there by Philip.
Zavon Phillip getting the win in from lane number 7 in section number 7. Section number 8, Concords, Jarrell Rez is in 1, Rondell Budu of Simplex in 2, Isaiah Alexis of Burnley in 3, Kimali Rennie of Memphis in 4, Xavier George of Davide in 5, Caden Victor in 6, Isaiah Romano of Faizabad in 7, and Cadasius Antoine of FAD, he is in lane number 8. And there we go with the start of the race, the restart of the race. And already the Faizabad man, Isaiah Romano, has a slight lead here. Romano very impressively holds off the run of Kimali Rennie, who is maybe about a foot taller than he is, and gets the win. Rennie, to be fair, did not have the best of starts. He tripped a little bit at the start, but recovered to take second. But it is Isaiah Romano of Faizabad that gets the win in 12.42 seconds.
We move on to section 9. In lane 1, we have Luke Morris of St. Catherine's. Lane 2, Jamai Grant of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3 is John Solomon Williams of QRC. In lane 4 is JC Young, Governor of Memphis. In lane 5, the young Cadmel Graham of Burnley. In lane 6 is Aidan Etienne, unattached. Lane 7, it's Matthias Spencer Mitchell of Simplex. And in lane 8, it's Levi Phillip.
Spencer Mitchell is waving to his fans in the crowd. How do you like that?
And in lane 5, we have the young Cadmel Graham, son of Kadeem Graham, former QRC athlete. And they are off. Excellent start there by Graham. And it's Graham and Etienne. Pulling away from the field is the athlete Grant. Sorry, it's the athlete Luke Morris of St. Catherine's with an excellent run out in lane 1. Pretty impressive run there by our athletes. 1, 2, 3. Luke Morris, Cadmel Graham, and JCM Governor.
12.23 is the time there for Luke Morris, and the wind behind, it's a positive 2.8. So it's not going to stand as a world record, though, just in case you were wondering. Section 10, Sylvester unattached in 2, Hackshaw of Abilene in 3, John of Burnley in 4, Lachman of Neon Wolves in 5, Chan of Simplex in 6, Collymore of Memphis in 7, and Tony of Lambo in 8. And not seeing Sylvester. Nikhil Sylvester is not going to be joining us today for this one. Well, I tell you what, I like the look of Carrie John here, the young Burnley athlete.
Yeah.
Just his warm-up alone, he's looking very professional out there. And you would expect that. Burnley have had a great tradition of producing fine athletes, and they continue to churn them out here. Burnley and the Cougars have been doing very well, and Burnley really have been the dominant team.
Really impressed by these Burnley athletes.
Carrie John, can he continue the fine trend? Of course, right next to him is Caden Hackshaw of Abilene Wildcats. And these youngsters, they are so eager to get out there and getting their chance to run at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, the mecca of track and field in Trinidad and Tobago. There's, of course, the old joke, someone in Port of Spain asking, well, how do you get to Hazley Crawford Stadium?
Yeah.
You got to practice. Well, these youngsters are here. So there's still a little bit of organization and reorganization going on at the moment as the officials trying to get things right. For this, the section 10 of the boys under 11 80-meter dash. And this one has been well subscribed here. 11 sections in these time finals. Still, while the 200-meter race has been the most popular race today with 164 athletes involved, don't write off the 80-meter race and the hundreds. Still a huge amount of interest in the shortest races here. Still, they try to get things organized here to make sure the athletes are in the correct lanes. These young men don't care what lane they're running in. They're just out here to run. So that's why it adds that added layer of complexity for the officials to make sure the athletes are in the correct lanes. Obviously, with the older athletes, they know their lane assignments. Exactly, yeah. They know the dangers of not going to their lane. The youngsters don't care. They're out there to run. And we have seen a couple of them go in the wrong lanes, and the officials have had to move them around. All part of the learning experience, the learning curve for these young athletes. Girls long jump are going to be starting in a short while. Still, they're trying to reorganize that coming up. Burnley athletes, they train at Eddie Hart Grounds. Where did you all do your training at Babley?
We trained at the Larry Goom Stadium and also the Arima Velodrome. We train on the grass on the Velodrome, and we also do off-season at the horse racing track, the sand track. Yeah?
Oh, the sand track, yes. There's, of course, the turf track and the sand track at Arima Race Club, but no luxury of running on the turf, do you? So here we go, finally, section 10, Hakshaw in 3, John in 4, Lachman 5, Chan 6, Collymore 7, and Tony in 9. And an athlete has been added in 1 here for this one. There we go with the start, and Burnley's Carrie John already out in front, and Burnley's impressive performance continues here, and John is the most impressive of them. Gets across the line in under 12 seconds. Burning up the track here, the man from Burnley, Carrie John. He looked the part and certainly produced the goods.
And rightfully so, actually burning up the track. Burnley is on fire.
11.35.
Wow. We move on to section 11 of the finals. This is the final event here. In lane 1, we have Ethan Heidman of Lions Athletics. In lane 2, Marley Regis of Simplex. In lane 3 is Tremaine King of Abilene Wildcats. We have Josane Camijo of Memphis. In lane 5, Josiah Bedu of FAD. In lane 6, Jerick Rogers of Cougars. In lane 7, it's Trident Joseph of Dabity. And in lane 8, it's Jeremy Melville of Concord. The athletes are on their marks. And they're off. It seems to be our athlete of Concord. Some of the athletes are stopping. It seems to be some issues with this race. Some athletes stopped, some athletes continued. I don't know if they will be rerunning this one, because most of them would have exerted all their energy to finish the entire race.
Well, there's definitely a second gun to my ear.
Yes, there was a second gun. So I think this might be a scratch event, and this was seemed to be the final event. Does it have 12 or 11?
11, in fact. 11. But the man who has his hands on his head, who looks the most disappointed, is Concord's Jeremy Melville.
Yes, yeah.
Who crossed the line in 12.35, if I remember correctly. And he's got to head back.
Yeah.
He never stopped. He ran the race as it was. Are they going to rerun this one? Now, 2 of the athletes did not. They started and then stopped. That's Rogers and Joseph. Rogers of Cougar and Joseph of Dabney. They heard the second gun and they stopped running. It looks like they will rerun the race.
9.91 meters.
All right, so it will be a rerun.
Boys at the 15 shot put. Third place, Kayleson from Near Wolves.
Some of these athletes might be a bit tired.
Francis in second from Lago, 8.22 meters. And James.
I really feel sorry for Jeremy Melville, who actually did a very good time. He kept his concentration and kept running.
One entrant there, Wiley, that's the winner, 3.15 meters.
I think,
Girls
yeah,
high jump,
they're probably going to give them a little rest before they complete this race.
Graham in second from QRC, 1.40 meters. And Welch, the winner from QRC.
Because it would be pretty unfair for some of the athletes, because some didn't run and some actually did complete the entire race, exerting all their energy. So it'll be pretty fair to give it some time before they compete again.
Melville looks like the unhappiest of them. The way he grabbed his track bands from off the tube, he wasn't happy at all. And rightly so, Jeremy Melville. But there was definitely a second gun there.
There were.
So that will conclude section 11. Next up, the girls under 13 100-meter dash. But that's not going to happen yet. The cones for the boys under 13, boys under 11, 80-meter dash have not moved. So definitely, I think you're right. They will be giving them a little bit of a break before they start that race. And we'll have more of that coming up.
So it's about to be the girls under 13 100-meter dash. The athletes are on the field. It's a section 1. Section 1 of 5. In lane 1, it's Nevia Sinet of St. Catherine's. In lane 3, it's Destiny Arnold of Burnley. In lane 4 is Elena Sidney of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5 is Aziza Garcia of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6 is Kanaya Prescott of Concord. In lane 7, it's Alyssa Knights of Neon Wolves. And in lane 8 is Cyan Bowen of Simplex. Again, the girls under 1300 meter dash. Doesn't seem to be an athlete in lane 1, so it's from lane 2. There's no athletes in lane 4. So that's Sydney. The athletes take their mark. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. Excellent start from the athlete of Burnley. Arnold, that's Burnley. Burnley is burning up the track. That's Destiny Arnold of Burnley as she approaches the 100. Destiny Arnold of Burnley. So that was Destiny Arnold of Burnley with a win. At the first of the 5 sections, as we await her time. Video will give you the lineup for section 2. In section 1, a time of 13.41 for Destiny Arnold and 14.82 for Kanaya Prescott. We move on to section 3 of our 5 finals. In lane 2, we have Jalea Laidlow unattached. In lane 3, Naya Alder of Memphis. In lane 4 is Saraya Peugeot of Siparia Athletics. In lane 5 is Kaylee Passad of Lions Athletics. In lane 6, Amara Brown of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 7, it's Kamaya Bolan of Mountain Eagles. And in lane 8, Adriana Garcia of Concord. So again, no athlete in lane 1. The field is from lanes 2 to 8. No athlete in lane 4. That's the Siparia Athletics athlete. And they're off. Pretty even start, but it seems to be a pull away from our athlete Bolan of Mountain Eagles, and Bolan is pulling away from the field as she approaches the finish line. Here's Bolan with a 10-meter lead, and that's Bolan. In second place, it's Brown from Point 14 New Jets, Amara Brown. So that was Kamaya Bolan of Mountain Eagles with the win. We move on to section 5. This is the final event in the girls under 13 100-meter dash. In lane 2, we have Janique Celestine of Concord. In lane 3, we have Hannah Caesar of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4, Shabil Sepio of Saparia Athletics. In lane 5, Amaya Adams of Simplex. In lane 6, Demaya Jeffrey of FAD. In lane 7, Tisha King of Point 14 New Jets. In lane 8, it's Gabriella Jackson of Concord. And they are off. It's our athlete Sipi of Saparia Athletics pulling away from the field. Lane 4.
On the track,
We have a rerun, and this
and I think this is the rerun of that section 11 race. I think this was your race, yes.
Yeah. So we are back to the finals of the boys under 11 80-meter dash. This race had a bit of uncertainty, a false start. Some of the athletes finished the race and some didn't. So they give them some time to relax and come back again fresh and ready. So we await the start. So in lane 1, it's Ethan Hidman of Lions Athletics. In lane 2, it's Marley Regis of Simplex. In lane 3, it's Tremaine King of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4, it's Jasine Camijo of Memphis. In lane 5, it's Josiah Bedu of FAD. In lane 6 is Jarek Rogers of Cougars. In lane 7 is Trident Joseph of Dabity. And in lane 8, Jeremy Melville of Concord. Who's going to take it?
Concord's Melville actually ran 12.65 the last time, and he completed the race. So can he repeat that? Does he still have something in the tank?
This is the moment of truth. Take their mark. And they are off. Melville with a good start, but it seems to be the athlete of Memphis, Camejo. Jasine Camejo. In lane 8, Melville. It's Camejo who's going to take it. Memphis Pioneers. Jasane Camejo with a brilliant run from start to finish. A good challenge there by Jeremy Melville of Concord as well.
And what had happened in the original race, Camejo, was it, I think he was one of the athletes who didn't really go on.
Yeah.
But really, you can't fault the effort there by Jeremy Melville, still holding on for second place. And despite the fact that he ran the full race previously.
Not in his traditional Concord colors, but.
And Camejo winning in 11.73. So back on the track as the girls' long jump still takes place. That one very much in action here, the girls' long jump. We will have the boys under 13 100-meter dash coming up shortly. And they're gone all the way back here. Let's see how they line up for this one. Boys under 13 100-meter dash. Let's give you the overall picture first of all. 5 sections. And it looks like about 35 athletes involved in this one. So we have Edwards in 2, unattached, Glaude of Fyzabad in 3, Conliffe of St. Catherine's in 4, Perouse of Lions Athletic in 5, James of Simplex in 6, Frank of Memphis in 7, and Wiley of Lambeau in lane number 8. St. Catherine's in the red, and it's a little uncertainty, a little bit of uncertainty on some of the athletes and where exactly they need to line up. The athlete from St. Catherine's was actually almost on the shoulder of Perouse of Lions, so the officials have just asked him to get more in the center of the track. And let's hope it doesn't affect the concentration of Jeremiah Conliffe of St. Catherine's here. The official also having a little talk with Fyzabad's Tishon Glaude. And so they're still chatting with the athletes, and I think they're ready to go. So Edwards 2, Glaude 3, Conliffe 4, Perouse 5, James 6, Frank 7, and Wiley 8. And there they go with the start. They've been called back. And there was a false start, definitely. One of the athletes, I believe, is at lane number 5. May have just pushed out of the blocks. Well, not the blocks really, but pushed over the line a little bit faster than was expected. Starter, very experienced, is having none of it. Calls them back immediately. Section 1 underway. There was a poor start there from Conliffe, who looked very uncertain. But it is Frank Memphis, and Frank, the biggest of the men out there, and he gets across the line in just under 14 seconds. Castish Frank of Memphis wins this one quite comfortably.
Big guy on the field there.
13.48 his time.
We move on to section 2. In lane 1, we have Jelani St. Arch of Lions Athletics. In lane 2, we have Joshua Solomon of Simplex. In lane 3, Jaheim Governor of Memphis. In lane 4, Giovanni Cole of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 5, we have Seth Sylvester of Cougars. In lane 6 is Amani McKelly of Burnley. In lane 7 is Josiah Lutchman of Neon Wolves. And in lane 8, it's Aiden Lafoka of Memphis Pioneers. The athletes take their mark. No athlete in lane 1. So that's none in lane 7. And they are off. It's our athlete Solomon of Simplex and Sylvester of Cougars. Sylvester of Cougars is going to take this comfortably. Very easy there. Very easy there for Sylvester of Cougars. So wait his time.
Yeah, good win for Cougars there in Section 2 of 5 finals. Section 3, just to give you the time for Sylvester, 12.78. Fastest so far. Philip of Point Fortune in 2, Felix of Simplex in 3, Morris of Abilene in 4, Bennett of Genesis in 5, Simmons of Burnley in 6, Samuel of Memphis in 7, and Lutchman of Neon Wolves is in 8. No athlete in 7 though, no Samuel of Memphis. False start already. Lutchman was almost 2 meters down the track before the gun sounded. So he will find out later on in his career that starters don't appreciate that too much.
It's a lot of events, so they have to keep the ball rolling.
Lutchman has to head back into his area, and he, along with Lafoucard, are the two of the taller athletes in this one. There we go with the start of Section 3 finals. Excellent start for Lutchman. The Neon Wolves man is blazing down the track. He has a 3-meter lead over Burnley's Caden Simmons, and an excellent run by Lutchman to win this one, with Burnley coming on to get second place. So that's why he was eager to get there. Knew he had the bead on this on the read on this particular field. So gets the win comfortably. Isaiah Lutchman of Neon Wolves.
We head on to Section 4 of the 5 finals. No athlete in Lane 2 and Lane 1. So Lane 3 we have Saden Passad, Lions Athletics. We have Lane 4, it's Nathan Lafoucard of Cougars. In Lane 5 is Josiah Kitan of Memphis. In Lane 6 is Josiah Ward of Simplex. In Lane 7 is Cassius John of Genesis. And in Lane 8 is Kai Williams of Abilene Wildcats.
Lutchman's time in the last race was 13.44.
So again, no athlete in Lane 1 and 2. So the field is from lanes 3 to 8. The athletes take their mark. And nobody in 3. So lanes 4. And they're off. It's our athlete in lane 4, Memphis Pioneers. It's Josiah Kitan of Memphis, and he's pulling away from the field from the Abilene Wildcats athletes. And that's Kitan of Memphis Pioneers with the win.
Josiah cut the win, and his time 12.98 seconds. Second fastest time we've had so far. So that ends off Section 4. We go now to the last of the sections, Section 5. Job of Concord in 2, Benjamin of Simplex in 3, Abilene's Haywood in 4, Benjamin of Burnley in 5, Rennie of Memphis in 6, Daniel of Neon Wolves in 7, and Kitan, Jeremiah Kitan of Memphis in 8. I'm sure it's the brother of Josiah Kitan, who is racing out of Memphis. Both of them, the Kitan boys, run out of Memphis. So we had Josiah Kitan win the last one in 12.98. Can presumably his brother go on to win Section 5? This is going to be an interesting discussion at dinner tonight for the Kighton family. Depends on who gets the win here. Well, in fact, there is no Josiah Kighton. Not seeing him out there at the moment. So unfortunately, that discussion will have to come at another time. There is the start, and Burnley's Armani Benjamin has started brilliantly here, and Burnley continues to impress, and Armani very stylish as he strides across the turf, across the track, and gets the win. Armani Benjamin, wow. The form looked excellent there from the youngster as he blazed away from the field to get the win. Accelerated away from them, and no one could go with him. So that would be section 5. Was his time fast enough? 13.32. 13.32. So the time by Seth Sylvester of Cougars, 12.78. That's the one that stands up. Girls 13 to 15, 100 meter dash. And here are the lane assignments for number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an announcement for athletes who are involved in the 100 meters. If you are also involved in another event, you're required to make your way to the 100 meter starting mark now, because the 100 meters event are on its way.
Lane 2, we have Chisara, Nashville, Rerun. Lane 3, we have Girls, QRC.
In lane 6 is Khalees Alexander of Neon Wolves. In lane 7 is Jada Ford of Alpha Athletics. In lane 8 is Tasai Gabiset of Simplex.
You are involved in another event, you have to make your way to the 100 meters mark now, because the 100 meters event.
Again, if you're now tuning in, this is the girls 13 to 15 100 meter dash. This is section 1 of 8 of the finals. 2, Lashley. 3, Giltz. 4, Harewood. 5, Austin. 6, Alexander. 7, Ford. And 8, Demiset. No athlete in lane 5. No athlete in lane 1. They are off. Off to an excellent start as our athlete in lane 6. It's Alexander of Neon Wolves, and she's pulling away as she approaches the finish line. And that's it there. Khalees Alexander of Neon Wolves for the win.
Khalees Alexander came in under 13 seconds, it appeared to me there. Javon, pretty good time for her. And it was 12.77.
12.77. That's a really good time there for the young Khalees Alexander.
So section 2 now of 8, girls 13 to 15, 100-meter dash. McIntosh of QRC in 2, Quintero of Neon Wolves in 3, Grandison of Alpha in 4, Bristol of Point Fortin New Jets in 6, in 5, Narissa King of Concord in 6, Hinkson of Abilene Wildcats in 7, and Charles of Cougars is in lane number 8. This is a field of 7 for girls 13 to 15, 100-meter dash. McIntosh, Quintero, Grandison, Bristol, King, Hinkson, and Charles. That's the field. Alpha's Grandison and Bristol are in the orange outfits there, orange tops at least. King of Concord right next in the familiar purple. This is section 2 of 8, 100-meter dash. Good start. On the outside, Charles of Cougar started well, but it is Alpha's Grandison that has the lead. Grandison is going to win this one quite comfortably. Bristol is second, and in third place, Charles. So it's Grandison that takes the win here, and Grandison of Alpha. We haven't seen too many wins for Alpha today, but there is one for you. Michaela Grandison of Alpha winning quite comfortably.
So a pretty impressive run there.
Grandison's time, 12.78. Just 100 of a second outside of that by Alexander in the first race.
We move on to section 3. Lane 2 is Blitet of IG Fast Lane. Lane 3, Rodney of MAP. Lane 4, Husband of Cougars. In lane 5, Knights of Neon Wolves. In lane 6, Wilson of Memphis. In lane 7, Guy of Simplex. And in lane 8, Savell unattached. Yeah, at least take their mark. And they are off. It's our athlete in lane 2, Rodney of MAP, pulling away from the field. She's blistering down the track. Right behind her is the athlete Husbands of Cougars, but Rodney is going to take it. That's Carissa Rodney of MAP with the win. Oh, Janae Burtett of IG Fast Lane, sorry. Impressive run there.
12.99.
12.99, yep.
Good run from her. Now section 4, John of St. Catherine's in 2, Cross of Faizabad in 3, Rivers, who we've seen already for the day, she is in lane number 4, representing Alpha. Dugan of Point Fortin New Jets in 5, Edwards of Shriners in 6, Jamont of Abilene Wildcats in 7, and Adams of Eastern Flyers is in lane number 8. Couple of unfamiliar uniforms here in this one. Striders we haven't seen much of. There we go with the start. It is a stuttering start for Dugan, and she has been left behind here by Hannah Rivers of Alpha. Alpha is the alpha female out there today, and she gets there pretty comfortably to win. But really, Destiny Dugan had a faltering start, and she was left behind. Disappointment for her, but joy for Hannah Rivers, and she has won again for the day here today. Her time, 12.73, fastest so far.
We move on to section 3 of 8. In lane 2 is Joseph of Burnley. In lane 3, Morton of Simplex. In lane 4 is Ramon of FAD. In lane 5 is Greg of Concord. In lane 6 is Toussaint of Lions Athletics. In lane 7 is Halford unattached. And lane 8 is Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets. And they are off. A really good start there for athlete Joseph, pulling away from the field, but she is being challenged by Morton. But Joseph is pulling away from the field. Very comfortable win there for Joseph. Chelsea Joseph Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets for the win.
Point Fortin New Jets, Chelsea Joseph, one of the smaller athletes in this field, getting the win quite comfortably. We will move across to Section 6 of the 8 finals. Joseph's time 12.98. Jones of Faizabad in 2. This is Section 6. John of Memphis in 3. Peters of Burnley in 4. McDowell of St. Catharines in the red of St. Catharines in 5. Caruth of Concord in 6. Nathaniel Modest of Simplex in 7. And Guyton of Cougars is in lane number 8. That's the lane assignments for Section 6 of 8. Not a great start here for McDowell, who's been left behind. It is Burnley's Giles Peters that has already assumed control. She has a 5-meter lead and gets there maybe just under 12 seconds, just on the cusp of 12 seconds. That is a brilliant run there by Burnley's Giles Peters. Not just about the Burnley boys, is it? The Burnley ladies are also showing what they're made of.
Burnley has something to prove. We move on to Section 7. In lane 2, it's Charles, Point Fortin New Jets. Lane 3 is Quintero, Neon Wolves. In lane 4, it's Thomas of Concord. In lane 5 is Smith of Supari Athletics. In lane 6, it's Daniel of Burnley. In lane 7 is Gill of Memphis. And in lane 8, Cummings of Alpha Athletics.
Peters' time is 12.22, fastest so far.
Take their mark, no athlete in lane 1. And they're off. Pretty even start, but pulling away from the field, it's Charles pulling away from the field as she comes to the final mark. That's it there. Zeta Charles of Point Fortin New Jets taking the win.
Good run there by Zeta Charles to get the win. Very solid work indeed. She gets there in 12.65. That brings us to the final section of these 8 finals. Section 8, Beckles of Cheetahs in 1, Kashi of QRC in 2, Holder of Cougars in 3, Halford of Simplex in 4, Roberts, in fact, of Memphis in 5, Cameron of Abilene in 6, Stroud of Concord in 7, and Williams of St. Catharines on the outside in 8. And the start is a good one by St. Catharines' Amaya Williams, but it is the Concord athlete, Cameron, who is already out there. Stroud, in fact, is the one who's there, and she's going to take first ahead of Precious Halford of Simplex, who turned her head at the last moment to look at the competition on the outside, and she loses out to Stroud of Concord. So Stroud takes it. Let's see the time for Soraya Stroud of Concord. Is it going to be fast enough? It has to be 12.22. It is 13 flat. So, unofficially, the winner of this segment, Giles Peters of Burnley. She wins the girls 13 to 15 100-meter dash, a deserved winner.
So coming up, we await the start of the boys 13 to 15 100-meter dash. We have another 11 sections. Almost full fields of athletes. So we take a break and we'll be back with you with the boys 13 to 15 100-meter dash.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
So, boys, 13 to 15 100-meter dash about to begin. It is 11 sections. We go to section 1. Anthony, the unattached runner, in 1. Springer of IG Fast Lane in 2. Marcano of Memphis in 3. Nicholas of Simplex in 4. Chinapu, the unattached runner, in 5. Louison of Burnley in 6. Alexander, the unattached runner, in 7. And in lane number 8, Sydney of Neon Wolves. So the blocks have come out here today. This is the first time we're seeing the blocks being used by the athletes. And many of the athletes, like in the 400 meters, the 300 meters, the 80 and the 100 meters, we haven't seen the blocks being used. But these youngsters will be using the blocks now. So there's a bit of a lull as they get those blocks firmly implanted into the track here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. and for the start of this race. So the biggest of the athletes is Chinapu, or the unattached athlete. Chinapu, the tallest of the athletes involved in this one, Theon Chinapu. Not sure if he's related to the Kadeem and Hakeem, who are on their way to Bahamas for the pre-show, the part of the pre-show team for the Bahamas World Relays. Those two athletes were quite brilliant for Trinidad and Tobago in the recently concluded Caribbean Games. So here we go, just about ready for the start. And Chinapu, the tallest and of the youngsters involved in this one. He would also be, I'm sure, the closest to 15 years of age. Also, no slouch in terms of size is Israel Alexander, another one of the unattached runners. He is in lane number 7, full field of 8 for this one. Anthony, Springer, Marcano, Nicholas, Chinapu, Louison, Alexander in Sydney. There we go with the start of the race, and it is Alexander, the unattached runner, who started well, but there is Chinapu starting to get going, and the big man is cranking up the gears, and he gets the win ahead of Hezekiah Marcano, and Theon Chinapu has won it quite comfortably here, takes the win in the first of the sections, first of 11 sections here in the boys 13 to 15 100-meter dash. And he wins in 12.56 seconds. 12.56 seconds for Chinapu. So congratulations to him on getting the win. So let's go now to the boys 13 to 15, section 2. George of Cougars in 1, Beard of Memphis in 2, Mendoza the unattached runner in 3, Regis of Simplex in 4, Marshall of Burnley in 5, Williams of Appaloosa in 6, Nikolai Caterson of Neon Wolves in 7, and in 8, Ronaldo de Salva. He is from Faizabad, in lane number 8. Always a little disappointed that Neon Wolves don't have neon clothing. They are wolves in a different kind of clothing here. George, Beard, Mendoza, Regis, Marshall, Williams, Caterson, and De Salva. And there we go with the start of the race. And it's a good start here for Williams, the Appaloosa man, but he has been passed by Joshua Beard, and Beard will take the win. Beard takes the win ahead of Nathan Mendoza, the unattached runner running in the bright pink outfit. He gets the win. He gets the second place, but Joshua Beard wins this one for Memphis. That was section 2. Javon is ready for you with section number 3.
We move on to section 3. In lane 1, we have Stewart of Simplex. In lane 2, Smith of Concord. In lane 3, is Carl of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4, Trudge of QRC. Lane 5, John of Faizabad. Lane 6, Bain of Memphis. In lane 7, John of Burnley. And lane 8 is Lazar, running unattached.
Beard's time, by the way, was 11.96. 11.96. That's pretty quick there for Beard. He has the fastest time so far. In fact, he was 0.6 hundredths of a second faster than in the previous race.
Wow. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. A blazing start from the athlete of Burnley, John. That is John pulling away from the field as he approaches the finish line. That's John, followed by athlete Bain of Memphis. So that was Isaiah John of Burnley for the win, and Micah Bain of Memphis coming in second. Excellent run there by John.
11.70 for John, the fastest time so far. Congratulations to him. Let's move on to section 4. Richards of Concord in 1, Bain of Simplex in 2, Nicholas of Fyzabad in 3, Thomas of Cougars in 4, Brathwaite of Striders in 5, Marshall of Abilene Wildcats in 6, Davidson of Burnley in 7, Grant of Memphis, he is in lane number 8. And as we mentioned, the athletes have called for the blocks. So the first 3 races have been run with the blocks, so we would expect better starts from these older athletes. And the times have improved considerably since then. 11.70 and 11.92, the top 2 athletes are in section number 3. So section number 4, Fyzabad and Cougars in the different shades of green. Fyzabad the darker of the green, Cougars in the all green outfits, and Abilene in that very familiar outfit to my co-commentator Javon. He's worn that outfit with distinction over the years. So here we go. Section 4 of 11. Fastest time 11.70. Good start for the Abilene Wildcats man, Cristiano Marshall. But beside him, Davidson of Burnley. Well, he has a train to catch because he is moving along at the rate of knots, and he gets there quickly to win the race. Boy, I think he has a really good chance here, Davidson of Burnley, to take the fastest time of the day so far. That's going to be interesting viewing here. How fast was that?
Athletes are 11.5 here. I move on to section 5 of the finals. In lane 1, we have Lifu of QRC. In lane 2, Rogers, Cougars. In lane 3, Kalu of Concord. In lane 4 is Pierre of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 5 is Solomon of Burnley. In lane 6 is Tesdale of Simplex. In lane 7, it's Derek of Simplex. And in lane 8, Sipasad of Phoenix Athletics. So again, an exceptional run by Aidan Davidson of Burnley with his 11.50. Excellent run there for Davidson. Again, Burnley is very impressive. The Burnley athletes are very impressive today, dominating in most of the events. The athletes take their mark. And they're off. It's the athlete on the outside, Sipasad of Phoenix Athletics. Sipasad is burning down the field, and coming up is the athlete of Abilene Wildcats in second place, but Sipasad is taking it. Phoenix Athletics. That's Alex Sipasad with an exhilarating run there out in lane 8. .39 for Sipasad and 11.73 for pair of Abilene Wildcats.
Well, Supersat has set a real mark here of 11.39. That's going to take some beating. So let's move on with Section 6. We're at the halfway stage now of this contest. Diaz of Simplex in 2, John of Burnley in 3, Matthew of Phoenix Athletic in 4, Guyton of Cougars in 5, Martin of Appaloosa in 6, Gill of Burnley in 7, and Lewis, the unattached runner, he is in lane number 8. Lewis has the wonderful name, unusual but wonderful name of Jayuth Lewis. I don't think I've ever heard that first name before, but it's a combination of words here. Jayuth Lewis, that's the man who is in lane number 8, and also Nikhil Matthews of Phoenix Athletic. He's in lane number 4.
Jayut. In other words, God's child.
God's child, that's it, yes. So the officials just checking over the field to make sure all's well. Diaz in 2, John in 3, Matthew 4, Guyton 5, Martin 6, Gill 7, and Lewis in 8. That's the field for the halfway race. 6 out of 11. And they are getting onto their blocks at the moment now. Huge jump. John and Diaz taking a leap in the air just to make sure that they get things right. Cougars' Jonas Guyton takes an exploratory run out of the blocks. He's fine now. A lot of nervous anxiety and energy for this one. Section 6. Fastest time so far, as we mentioned, is 12.58. Let's see where this one goes. The officials just having a little talk with Lewis, John Lewis of Unattached, the unattached runner. Just had a quick word with him. He's in all black today. Next to him, Nikhil Gill of Burnley. Can he continue the fine form of Burnley today? As is Taekwon John, who is in lane number 3. Well, the starters come off his position, so they're not going to start now. Williams is in 8, that's what I'm told. So there's been a change. Jayuth is not racing today. Williams is in lane number 8. So Diaz in 2, John in 3, Matthew 4, Guyton 5, Martin 6, Gill 7, and Williams in 8. Another leap from John and another in response from Diaz. Guyton of Cougars settles himself, the starter back on his tower, the gun in his hand. There is the start. Excellent one for Guyton, and the Cougars man out in front. Taekwon John has joined him, and John has gone past him, red handband and all, and he gets over the line ahead of Cougars. And a good battle between Guyton and John, but John emerges as the one who is victorious. Taekwon John of Burnley wins Section 6. John 11.39, fastest time so far.
We move on to Section 7 of the 11. In lane 1, Hope, 5 bar. In lane 2, Marino, Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, it's Samuel of Burnley. In lane 4 is Drayton of Neon Wolves. In lane 5 is Charles of Alpha. In lane 6 it's Hart of Cougars. In lane 7 is Gibson of Mountain Eagles. And in lane 8, Manswell of Simplex. No athlete in 1. So that's no Gideon Hope, 5-star. Field is from lanes 2 to 8. No athlete as well in lane 3. So that's Samuel of Burnley. Athletes take their mark. Off to a good start. Simplex, Maxwell is pulling away. Excellent run there by Maxwell. Out in lane 8 for Simplex. Looking for the time that he would start. That's 11.87 for Maxwell and 11.99 for Hart. Sean Hart of Cougars coming in second. And Gibson, the 1209. That's Elijah Gibson of Mountain Hills. 1209 for third.
So section 6, section 8 now. Blackman and Joseph out. Saunders in 1, Gill 2, Evangelist 3, Brown 5, Prince 7, and Lewis 8. Section 8 of 11. The athletes are still getting themselves together. Kyrick Saunders of Simplex is in 1. Aiden Gill of Cougars in 2. Ishmael Evangelist of Cheetahs in 3. Omari Brown of Neon Wolves. He is in lane number 5 correction. Jeremy Prince of QRC in 7, and Kishawn Lewis of Abilene Wildcats is in lane number 8. Isaiah Blackman of Simplex not racing, as is Jassy Joseph of Superior Athletic, not also racing today. Aiden Gill of Cougars. Couple of leaps in the air, and he gets ready now. Here we go. Section 8. Oh, false start by Cougars. Aiden Gill. Gill had already gone down the track a couple of meters before he was, the gun went. And, well, he's going to get a bit of a warning here. What will the officials do? Let's see. It was clearly Aiden Gill. Gill was the most fidgety and nervous of the runners on the field. And let's see what the officials are going to do. They're still talking to the starter at the moment. As it's a junior event, might be a bit more lenient with these races. Of course, yes, it will come across as a lesson to Aiden Gill. Now, is he going to be a bit more conservative here with this second start? Will that affect him in any way? Aiden Gill of Cougars. And there we go with the start. Excellent one for Mary Brown. And the Neon Wolves man is out in front. And as we expected, Gill was trailing behind. And this is an excellent run. Blistering run there by Omari Brown. That could very well be the fastest run of the day. Previous fastest is 11.39. That looks pretty good. Let's see what Brown has produced here. 11.21. It is the fastest time of the day.
Excellent run there by Brown. We move on to section 9 of 11. In lane 1, it's Francois George of Simplex. In lane 2, it's Fox of Fad. In lane 3, it's Melville of IG Fast Lane. In lane 4, Fernandez of Memphis. In lane 5, Walters of Dabadee. In lane 6, Nelson of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 7, Mohammed of Mountain Eagles. And in lane 8, Goodrich of Burnley. So again, an excellent run there by Omari Brown, running 11.21. And that, as you said, video is the fastest time that we've seen so far for the boys straight into 1500 meter dash.
Yeah, so that's Omari Brown, and I think they're just about ready for the start of section 9.
Athletes take their mark. So in lane 5, Walters doesn't seem to be starting today. They are off. Excellent start by Mohammed of Mountain Eagles, but on the outside it's Goodrich. Goodrich is pulling away. Another Burnley athlete burning up the field, and it's Jaden Goodrich, of Burnley for the win. Let's see the time that he stands today. 11.49 for Jaden Goodrich.
Third fastest of the winning times today. Good performance by Goodrich, but still, Omari Brown's time still stands. Section 10 now in the finals. Rollins of Abilene in 1, Lawrence of Point Fortune New Jets in 2, Bethelme of Burnley in 3, Williams of QRC in 4. In lane number 5, Parks of Memphis in 6, Johansi Gilbert of Neon Wolves, Jones of Faizabad in 7, and Costin Thomas of Simplex. He is racing out of lane number 8. Faizabad athlete attempts a start and actually gets 40 meters down the track there. Amelie Jones of Faizabad. So we're just about ready for the start of the penultimate race in the boys 13 to 15 100-meter dash. Lane assignments once again: Rollins in 1, Lawrence 2, Bethelme 3, Williams 4, Parks 5, Gilbert 6, Jones 7, and Thomas in 8. 8 different clubs. Burnley, they have Bethelme in there. Can he continue with their fine run today? And there is the start, and it is Parks of Memphis that is out in front. Memphis is in the lead. Simplex and Costin Thomas coming for him, but he's coming too late, and it is Parks that gets the win. Christian Parks of Memphis barely got out of second gear in getting the win. And that's a good win for Christian Parks. I suspect it may not be fast enough to challenge the 11.121 seconds of the Jassy Joseph so far.
Excellent movement by Parks. As we move on to section 11.
11.84, by the way, for Parks.
Section 11. Athletes in lane 1, it's Huggins of Fad. In lane 2, Charles of Simplex. In lane 3, Waldron of Cougars. In lane 4, Chirandi George of QRC in lane 5, Makun of Neon Wolves in lane 6, Eccles of Appaloosa in lane 7, it's Charles of Sapari Athletics, and in lane 8, it's Prudent of Phoenix Athletics. This is the final section of the boys 13 to 1500 meters here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. We've seen a lot of exceptional performances. The athletes take their mark. And they're off. An excellent start there by Waldron of Cougars. But pulling away, this seems to be Eccles of Appaloosa. And Eccles of Appaloosa takes this one, the final of section, this is section 11. The final event here of the boys 13 to 1500 meter dash. And that winner was Kalen Eccles of Appaloosa. That time of 12.07. So, ladies and gents, I'm here with two young athletes representing the Abilene Wildcats Track and Field Club. That's a club that I used to run for back in my time. I have Kayla Wilshaw, Kaylee Wilshaw, and Annalise Musio. Kayla and Annalise. Okay. Fun fact, Kayla, I would have went to school with your dad. QRC. So tell me, Kayla, sorry, Mark. Kaylee, what event did you run today? How was the race today? We got a little problem with the mic there with Kaylee.
Okay.
We're all on it.
Okay.
So, Kaylee, how long have you been running for Abilene Wildcats?
This will be my 7th year.
7th year?
Yeah.
So that means you've been running since you were like 5?
5, yeah.
All right. So what's your favorite event running?
Really, yeah.
All right. So I see you run the 100 meters. What was the mindset coming in to your races today?
I was a bit nervous, but then I tried to calm myself down, and I said I would do this, and I will.
Good.
Well,
So,
yeah.
out of all the events in track and field, which one would be your favorite event?
The relay.
The relay.
Yeah.
So, do you run 200 meters?
Yeah, I'm going to run it later.
You're going to run
Yeah.
200 meters. You're looking forward to running the 200 meters?
Yeah.
So I move on to Annalise.
Wait.
Annalise is a 400 meter. Annalise is a 400 meter athlete. What do you love about the 400?
Well, I don't know, but I love how I could just, I don't know.
Yeah. you just come out and you
Yes,
run.
yes.
All right. So any other events that you run other than the 400 meters?
Yeah, others run the 100 and the 200.
So today you're just running before?
No, I run in the 200 today as well.
200 as well. Alright, so how long have you been running track?
Like 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I look forward to seeing you in 200 later, Annalise and Keely. Forward to seeing some wins. So go out there and be comfortable, don't be too nervous. You've all been training for quite some time, so you know what you have to do to execute an exceptional race. So I wish you all the best. I look forward to seeing you all on the track later on. So again, ladies and gents, that was Kaylee and Annalise of Abilene Wildcats. So we look forward to seeing them on the track later on. Thank you. Cue to a quick break.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
From Mason Hall. In lane 5 is George of Titans. In lane 6, it's Kerr of Cougars. And in lane 7 is Gonzalez of Dabadi. So this is the girls' 800-meter run. It is event number 34. We just have 2 sections of this event. And then we move on to the boys' 800-meter run. So that's event number 35. And that event has 3 sections as well. We await the start of section 1. Official seems to be giving some instructions to the athletes. We're seeing some athletes together in these events. In lane 4, there's 2 athletes, and in lane 6, there's 2 athletes. So there's Cougars. And in lane 4, that's Taylor from Mason Hall. And they're off. There's the athlete Kerr take the early lead as she heads to the break. She's pulling off to lane 1. It's Nyla Kerr of Cougars with an early lead. This is 2 laps around the track. And Kerr is followed by Renee Smith of Burnley. Seems to be a joint event here, joining sections 1 and 2. But again, Kerr coming down. She's approaching her first 400 meter. Very nice and comfortable here for Kerr, athlete of Burnley. Smith in second place. Kerr is extending her lead right now, taking a look back there to see where she is. It's a pretty comfortable run there for Kerr. So we have Kerr, and then Butler. We have Butler looking to overtake in a few seconds. She's overtaking the Burnley athlete. That's Malia Butler in her neon pink. But Kerr is approaching the 150-meter mark. And it's Butler and Smith battling on the back stretch there for second place. But Kerr, as she comes to the straightaway, she is going to take it comfortably with no challenge here for Kerr. Picking up some speed there. We have our Burnley athlete as well coming up to the straightaway. And that's it. Kerr takes the win of the 800 meters. We have our Burnley athlete coming home. And that's Renee Smith of Burnley. And we have Malia Butler for third. The other athletes are coming across the line here. So Mahalia Ned with a really exceptional run there, coming home powerful. So that was a joint event. They joined the Section 1 and Section 2. So that's why we saw two athletes in one lane. We move on to the boys' 800-meter run. We await the lineup of the athletes. As I stand, I see 3 Burnley athletes, 2 Mason Hall athletes, so as they line up in lane 1, it's Melville of Mason Hall, 2 Robinson of Burnley. In lane 3, it's Marshall of Cougars. In lane 4, it's La Rosa of Mason Hall. In lane 5, it's Noel of Burnley. In lane 6, it's La Foucade of Cougars. In lane 7, it's John of Burnley. And in lane 8, it's Moses of Lambu Alliance. They take their mark. And they are off. Taking an early pull there is Melville of Mason Hall, pulling away from the field out there in lane 1. Taking an early lead. As they approach the back stretch, all the athletes take their move into lane 1. We have Cougars and Burnley in lane 1. The Burnley athlete, John. As they approach the straightaway, it's the Burnley athlete. So we have John of Burnley, as he approaches his final lap. He's holding his stride, very comfortable there. Lafoucade in second position, being taken over by athlete of Mason Hall, La Rosa. John approaches the 300-meter mark. Seems to be slowing down a bit, but he still holds the lead. Mason Hall athlete second. And Moses in third position as he approaches the Mason Hall athlete up to the 200-meter mark. But John is holding strong. He's actually picking up some speed here as he approaches the 150-meter mark. That's John. But somebody's blazing. A Cougars athlete coming for second position, coming up for John. Moses is in second. John is holding strong. But Moses of Lambu is coming for John. And that's it. Moses takes it from, it's a dip over the line there. We have to wait. So that was John and Moses. Excellent finish there by our young athletes, John and Moses. Burnley and Lambu Alliance. We await the times. We await to see who came out victorious in that one. We move on to section 2 of the 3 finals of the boys 800-meter run. In lane 2, we have Joseph of Burnley. In lane 3 is Mangru of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4 is Stewart of Burnley. In lane 5 is Torres of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6 is Aline of Mason Hall. And in lane 7 is Rivers of Alpha. They seem to be combining. Oh, okay. So we have athletes in lane 1. I'm not sure of the name of this athlete. And also in lane 7, another athlete has been added in lane 7. Are we saying the names? So we have Zaid Hamid. It's in lane 1, representing our JRT. We have 2 athletes in lane 7. So John with a time of 2 minutes 47.11 seconds for his run. And they're off. False start there. So again, 2 minutes 47.11 for John in his race. John took that race which was a photo finish. So, Hamid in 1. And they're off. Our athletes of Burnley taking an early lead. And the outside athlete seems to be Rivers of Alpha. Seems to be our athlete representing Abilene Wildcats. So Abilene has the lead, followed by Burnley and the Cougars in third. He's pulling away, lengthening his lead as he approaches the 300-meter mark. Burnley athlete in second. The position for third has been taken by our athlete. Seems to be unattached. But our Abilene Wildcats maintains his distance. He heads to the 200-meter mark, the final 200. Followed by our athlete of Burnley in second position. But there's no challenge here for the Abilene Wildcats athlete as he approaches the 150-meter mark. And he continues to pull from the field as he approaches his home stretch. Here he comes, very comfortable. And that's Mitchell. Very comfortable run there from Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats, followed by our athlete of Burnley, who is probably about 50 meters behind. And that's Jeremiah Stewart of Burnley coming in second. And our third, it seems to be Hamid. Yes, Zaidi Hamid of RJRT for third. Another Burnley athlete coming in here. And that was it, the boys' 800-meter run. And with us, we have another young athlete, Josiah Joseph of Abilene Wildcats. Josiah is 8 years old and he ran the 80 meters and he's up to run the 150 meters later today. So Josiah, how long have you been running track and field?
Well, I don't really know how long, but I know it. I've been running longer than 2 years now.
You've been running longer than 2 years now. Wow. So Josiah, what's your favorite event running for Abilene Wildcats?
I think it might be the 80 meters or the 100.
80 meters or the 100. So Josiah, who's your favorite athlete running in track and field?
I don't really know.
You don't really know?
Yeah.
You don't have any athletes running from Abilene Wildcats, Graham Richards, Richard Thompson, Usain Bolt?
I think it might be Usain Bolt.
Okay, so coming into your races, what was some of the advice that your coaches would have given you, or even your parents?
To always look straight and use your arms.
Look straight and use your arms. That's very good advice there. So we really look forward to seeing you in the 150 meters. Were you nervous right in the meters in there today?
Well, yeah, kinda.
All right. So Josiah Joseph, we look forward to seeing you in the 150 meters coming up, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much for coming and chat with us here at Wave. Yeah, Josiah. So thank you so much, and once again, good luck in the upcoming events.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So young Josiah doing his first media interview in history, and I'm sure it won't be the last.
Good job, Josiah.
Well, there'll be a small lull because they're setting up for the 400-meter hurdles right now, so we'll take a short break ourselves, but there will be some more races on the track. I think the girls' 3,000 meters will be coming up shortly. Well, they are setting up for that, but there are also some hurdles on the track at the same moment. So, not sure what's going to happen there. Actually, it should be the girls under 17 400-meter hurdles and the boys under 17 400-meter hurdles. It's supposed to take place simultaneously, I believe. They also, oh yes, now I see what it is. It's the 300-meter hurdles that's going to be taking place right now. The girls under 15 300-meter hurdles, which is going to be taking place right now. And Rerun Graham, Nyla Kerr, LaQueen Welsh of QRC, I'm seeing them out there. Also, I believe they might, just the 3 girls involved in this one. They're still setting up for the hurdles right now. .400-meter hurdles. If you thought the 400 meters was hard enough, the 400-meter hurdles is even more difficult. I swear that it's some sort of the person who invented the 400-meter hurdles had a real sense of humor. Loved to see people suffer. Of course, in the 400-meter hurdles, the name Jehu Gordon comes to mind among the men. Among the women, Josanne Lucas, the most outstanding female athlete. In fact, she has the top 5 times for Trinidad and Tobago at international level. Her 400-meter hurdles time is 53.20. Well, if we see anything under a minute 5 or so, a minute or so, that's going to be exceptional here from these youngsters. Only 4 athletes have competed in the 400-meter hurdles for Trinidad and Tobago, or made it to the Olympics in the hurdles. Josanne Lucas was the first back in 2008. Jehu Gordon, 2012 and 2016. Janelle Balil also competed in 2012. Sparkle McKnight made it to the Olympics in 2020. However, COVID-19, I believe it was prevented her from competing. Let's go now to the girls under 15 300-meter hurdles. And Zaria Pascal, I think, is also going to be added here. Zaria Pascal, could be Zaria Pascal of Dabity, who's also been added to this one. We'll confirm that for you. So there we go with the start of the girls under 15 300-meter hurdles. The hurdles, of course, 0.76 meters. And the QRC athlete Rerun Graham is trailing the field at the moment. Nyla Kerr of Cougars, who was so impressive earlier in the 100 meters. She has a chance to add some more honors here. As they come around the turn here, Nyla has now been overtaken by LaQueen Welsh of QRC. Welsh has the lead. With 2 hurdles to go here, it's Welch and Kerr. Kerr the fastest across the ground. However, when it comes to the hurdles, LaQueen Welch has the better technique, and she gets over the final hurdle first. Here's Kerr, and Kerr might take it on the line. Oh, I think she just held on. Welch to take the win. Another close finish. Some more work for the photo finish. Judges away to our right, but I think LaQueen Welch did enough to get the win there over Kerr. Well, the boys will be setting up next year. Let's see the times. Kerr wins it in 49.92, so don't need to go and change the glasses just yet. 49.92. Kerr winning ahead of Welch, 49.92. Look at the reaction there from Kerr as she sees the time and she realizes that she's won. So it's Shauna Hart of Cougars and NZ Davis of QRC. Just behind the athletes, you might just catch a glimpse of the hurdles as they're setting up for the 400-meter hurdles. That's why the 300 is being run first. That's one of the officials, by the way. That's not someone deciding to start a bit early. If it was, she's in the wrong race.
She just went to raise the height of that hurdle.
She might be a bit thankful she didn't have to jump over the hurdle to make the adjustment. So, Sean Hart in 6, NZ Davis in 8. That's the 2 men out there for the boys under 15, 300-meter hurdles. And they had to go and make the adjustment of the height to 0.84 meters. Hart crosses himself as he starts. There we go. So Hart and Davis. It is. Well, Davis gets to the first hurdle first. And he looks the stronger of the 2 already. Actually, that's Hart, the Cougars man, and he gets in front of Davis already. Just slowing up as he gets to the hurdle. 4 more to go here. And Hart gets over that one pretty comfortably. He has a small, but noticeably, he slows up every time he gets close to the hurdle. And that is keeping Davis very much in this contest. NZ Davis, just 1 more hurdle to go. And he has a bit of a lead now. And looking a lot more confident as he gets over the final hurdle. And with that green headband trailing, he gets across the line in under 52 seconds. And he wins it comfortably ahead of NZ Davis of QRC.
Excellent run there by Davis. Good show of heart. But
so that's going to be it for the 300-meter hurdles. We'll now go across to the 400-meter hurdles, and Zaria Pascal due to compete in the girls under 17. Remember that this is an under 15 event, so a couple of events have been created to ensure that 1 or 2 of the athletes, Pascal again, is the one who's competing here, and I believe that it could have something to do with exams or maybe some prior commitment that she was unable to compete, and they're giving her the opportunity to attempt to qualify for some upcoming events.
we await the start of the boys under 17 400-meter hurdles. That's a height of 0.84 meters.
Well, the athletes are still in the call room, so we'll take a short break and we will be back with more action. That is the girls on the 17 400 meters and the boys on the 17 400 meters coming up.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Before we start, we give our children to go in the money. Finally, somebody from Memphis. My God. Oh, my God. Oh, okay. 14, 15 tomorrow. Michael Bay, Memphis, 100, 200, 15 tomorrow.
Right, you can do this. So here we go to the girls under 17 400 meters. Zaria Pascal, who we saw race earlier by her lonesome. She has some company here today, and she'll be racing alongside Omari Brown and Larry Drayton, the two Neon Wolves runners. They will be competing in the boys under 17 400 meter hurdles. So these two events have been joined together here to ensure that you can get all of the events in. Credit to the race organizers for ensuring a smooth progression of the races here today. And we will have an interview coming up, a youngster who's turning 15 tomorrow. I can barely remember being 15. Centuries ago, I think it was. So Zaria Pascal in 3, Brown in 4, and Drayton in 5. So 2 races taking place at the same time. And Pascal racing for a time here. She's looking to set a time to see if she can get a qualification for one of the upcoming events. And yeah, a little bit of a nervous time for the athletes here. I think they're just checking to make sure all is correct here. In the meantime, we can say hello to Micah Bain. Micah, how are you? Micah competed for Memphis in the 100 and 200 meter races. So the race now, just to update you, the athletes have gone back to the tent. So you're going to be turning 15 tomorrow. So Micah, well, an early happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
So you've competed today. How did it go for you?
It was good. I wanted to do better, but I still take the 11 because I thought I was going to run 12, but I did better.
I see. Well, at least you got the time that you were looking for.
Yeah.
So now you race for Memphis. For those who don't know anything about Memphis, tell us about the club where you all train and who are your coaches?
Okay. The coaches are Doc, and Antonia. We train at Mokarapo, this stadium right here. We train at the gardens. We train at in the savannah, and yeah, and sometimes the training time starts from 3 to about 4:30. So if you can make it, well, I suggest you join our team because it's a very productive team. We have gym, which starts when training ends. You have to go to the gym, and then that's what you about it.
I tell you what, you're a great club ambassador because you're advertising for your club at the same time. I think you might even get a discount on your membership for next year. But we're going to pause the interview just for a moment here because they're just about ready for the start of this race. Is this a race you've ever attempted or thought about? 400 meter hurdles?
No.
You look like a very sane young man, so I imagine that's why. 400 meter hurdles? Not it at all. I think that Micah Bain is going to stick to the 100 and 200. And of the two, let's do the hurdle first. A good shift already. She's just on the back rally of Omari Brown. In front is Drayton as he goes up the back stretch over the 4th hurdle and onto the 5th already. He's opened up a bit of a lead here on Drayton. Drayton on Brown, that is. And Zaria Pascal is right on the back, putting some pressure on Omari Brown. Drayton continues to lead here. He's slowed down noticeably, and Brown has started to pull things back here just a little bit. Drayton has fallen behind, and Brown has taken over the lead. And Pascal has gone past Drayton. Good run here from Zaria Pascal. Very strong performance here from Omari Brown to go on to win. And an excellent bit of running by Zaria Pascal, who is under 17. And, well, I tell you what, Drayton ran out of steam there, and he got across the line in third place of the three athletes. But very good run by Pascal. I'm sure you were impressed with that, Micah. You put your hands up there. So you were telling us about your training with Memphis, and you've enjoyed your time with the club. What are your ambitions? What are you hoping to achieve in track and field?
One of my ambitions is definitely to run at least 10 seconds by the end of this year, if not this year, next year. You want me to give you one more?
Sure, go ahead.
The next one is to try and get to the top of my age group. Some people may say in their head, oh, it's too hard or whatever, but I have the mentality to stay strong, just pray, and just believe in yourself.
Oh, that's very good to hear. And mentality, of course, that's the biggest problem. If you can have all the talent in the world, if you don't have the mentality, well, you're wasting your time, really. But how has it been going? I mean, just to remind us of your time that you ran today in the 100.
It was good. I ran 11.7 before, hopefully breaking this year. But some people in my track club also want to break 12 and 13. And I have high hopes for everyone because everyone's training hard and stuff, trying to get past their goals and stuff like that.
Right. Okay, so now we just seen the athletes compete at Carifta. You're turning 15 tomorrow. So by next year, you should be hoping to make your Carifta team for the first time?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Trying really hard this year.
All right, definitely, indeed. And wider than the Carifta Games, given the ambitions as you've laid out, I'm sure that competing at the Olympic Games is one of them.
Yeah. I really want to go to another country to run, to make my parents proud, my coaches proud.
Well, I think from what we've heard from you here already, I think they're already very proud of you because you've given us such a fine interview already. Just a couple more questions for you. Of course, you're an athlete, you train very hard, but also the schoolwork is important. What school do you go to, and how is it going for you?
I go to St. James Secondary. School is going very well. You know how you have to manage track and field and school at the same time. It's very, how to say it, you have to be very productive to manage such a schedule because some people just doing school alone, it's hard for them. So managing these two things is a very talented thing to do. So yeah.
Time management is key. Time management is key. And well, of course, you have a very, very good role model in Dr. Ian Hippolyte, who, as you know, is a psychiatrist. He has a doctorate, and he also excelled in track and field. So if you need any advice, I mean, there's one guy you can turn to for time management advice.
Yeah. My advice to everybody is just to stay hard and listen to your coaches because the coaches have the best advice on everything.
Yeah. Well, Micah, it's been a real pleasure. I have to tell you, it's a great pleasure chatting with you here today, and we want to wish you will be running in the 200 meters later on. All right, and what's your thoughts? So what are you hoping to achieve in the 200?
Hopefully 23 seconds.
23 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, we'll hold you to that. We'll be looking forward to a 23-second run later on. Micah Bain, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Micah Bain from Memphis joining us on the air. He's turning 15 tomorrow, so on behalf of all of us here at Wave TV, a very happy birthday in advance to Micah Bain. He'll be competing in the 200 meters later on today. We'll be back with more. We'll have a short break, and there'll be more action on the track. The 150-meter dash, 3,000-meter dash is coming up. 3,000-meter run is coming up later on. girls 3,000 meter event about to start. Jolana Elder and Chennai Moore are the two athletes involved in this one, among the girls at least. There are a couple of boys involved in this one also. Armani Dillon of Burnley is supposed to be running in this one. I'm not seeing him out there. Armani Dillon actually raced earlier today. Jeremy Samaru of Richard Jones Racing Team is out there. I'm also seeing Avinash Ross of Richard Jones Racing Team. They would have run earlier today in the 1,500 meters, and now they're competing also in the boys 3,000 meters. So let's tell you how this one will go. So they're just about ready to start. Jolana Elder, Chennai Moore are the two youngsters. Adam Leng, Joshua Bernard, Avinash Ross, Jeremy Samaru, Andres Aleng, Zidane Hamid, and Lemuel Douglas are the athletes due to compete in this one. Here we go with the start of the girls and boys 3,000 meter event. 7.5 laps around the track. And already out to the front is Chennai Moore of Cheetahs, and she's been followed by Avinash Ross of Richard Jones Racing Team. Ross has just rolled past Chennai Moore, and he is out in front at the moment. Ross has set out at a blistering pace already. Jeremy Samaru, who beat him into third place in the 1,500 meters. Just biding his time, Jeremy Samaru in third place. Just behind is the diminutive figure, it looks like, of Zidane Hamid. So we'll keep you updated with the race as it goes along. In the meantime, we do have a couple of interviews to share with you as we go along. And we do have sitting next to us Jada Jones, the 16-year-old who we saw compete earlier. Jada has competed in the 800 meters, the 400 meters, and she is due to compete in the 200-meter event later on. Just to update you, Ross is coming across to make the to get to the line for the first time, and Samaru has crept up creeping up behind him. Chennai Moore still holding on to third place. So Jada, you've had a couple of runs already this morning. How did things go for you? Oh yes, that's right.
But I watched my teammates participate today, and I'm proud with their efforts and performance.
So you run for the Cougars team. I'm sure you work you work very closely with Coach Nanku. Yeah, Coach Nanku, a former national footballer and a very good runner indeed. So what's it like working with Coach Nanku? In the meantime, there's been a change in the race here, and Dylan Avinash Ross has been reeled in here by Jeremy Samaru. Those two are side by side at the moment in the boys' 3,000 meter event. Chennai Moore is still in good shape. She is just about 50 meters behind in front with the girls' event. What's your ambition for track and field? Where would you like to see yourself go? Is it something you see as a profession?
Yes, I do see it as a profession actually. But if it comes to a time where I'm unable to do it, at a certain point, I'd like to have an next revenue too to fall back on. But for now, I see myself, well, I'm able to prepare for one. And hopefully, if I continue doing it and I keep pushing on, I hope to be able to.
Right, definitely. It's a great ambition to have to get to the Olympics. And you must be excited to watch the Olympics this year coming up. Now, of the 3 events that I see listed here, the 2, the 4, and the 8, which is your favorite? Do you have a favorite?
Well, okay, this is a kind of tough question because the one I enjoy the most is the 2, but the one I also love the most with is the 200. The 4 is what I consistently do, and the amount of times I've done it, I found to love it in a way. Like last 100, but I found to love it. So.
Yeah, nobody loves that last 100. Yeah, well, very honest though, 200, 400, and 800. I would imagine you will specialize at some time, whether it will be 2 and 4 or 4 and 8.
But for the time being, 4 is the main event that I do, but I sometimes do 200.
All right. Well, you talked to us a little bit about your ambition, and in the meantime, the race progresses here, and now Jeremy Samaru has opened up a 20-meter lead on Avinash Ross. Shania Moore is still hanging in tough there, but she is being passed for third overall. There is a youngster in white and black who is really tearing up the track behind her. He's putting in a very good performance here. And Jada, of course, the club culture, I mean, Cougars, we see, it just seems that you all are having fun all the time.
Well, of course, we have to come with a certain energy so that when we go out to run, we feel motivated enough to say, okay, I'm going to go out today and I'm going to do my best. So it's like a family environment. Like it's somewhere that you can, if you're not in a right mental space, you could come talk to somebody and they'll cheer you up. They'll try to get you to think, put your head back on straight and just focus when you're on your hands ahead.
Well, Jada, thanks so much for chatting with us. You've really brought a breath of fresh air to the commentary booth. Thanks so much for talking to us. We've been chatting there with Jada Jones, 16-year-old from Cougars, and she races in the 200, 400, and 800. I see we have Abigail Burton to chat with us next. And Abigail's looking outside at the moment here. Let's update you on the race as Abigail makes her way into the front here. And in the meantime, Jeremy Samaru of the Richard Jones Racing Team, he's now opened up maybe about a 40-meter, he's opened up 40 meters on Avinash Ross. So Abigail, 18 years old, you are with Cougars, hurdles, the 100-meter hurdles and the 100 meters. Which one do you like more?
Hurdles.
You like the hurdles more?
More exciting.
I wasn't expecting that, but that's a good response. What is it about it that excites you?
You know, when you first start out the hurdles, you just feel scary, but in the moment you just catch yourself, and you just start to get it's like a fire in your eyes, just attack.
Right. But the 100 meters, do you see yourself running both, or will eventually you'll have to choose between them?
I see myself running both. If I could push to 200, I will.
Right. Okay. And we talked to Jada about her ambition. What would yours be in track and field? National record or world record?
World record.
All right. We'll start with the national record. Do you have a favorite athlete, someone you look up to in your field?
She ran Olympics last year, and she broke the record for the 100 meter hurdle. I love her so much.
Right, definitely. Yeah, and just to update you on the race, and Jeremy Samaru has now taken firm control of the race. He's opened up an even bigger lead with 2 laps to go here in the boys' 300 meters, 3,000 meters. Shania Moore has dropped back about a half a lap behind Jeremy at the moment. And so so you talked to us about your ambitions. Now, where does school fit into all of this?
I finished school.
You're finished?
Yeah.
At 18? Okay, all right. So you still have, but you'd like to pursue anything in particular?
Yeah, I'd like to go to college.
Right. Okay, and if there's anything that you'd like to do at college, any particular thing you have in mind?
Business.
Business.
Yeah, because I want to help people come off the streets
Yeah.
and get them jobs and get them back on their feet.
Right, a very good ambition indeed. And we wish you all the best, Abigail Burton, with your future. And we hope to see, we are really looking forward to see which one you're going to specialize in the future. Thanks so much for chatting with us. We do have also from Cougars, Janaya Thomas of Cougars, and she competes in the shot put. And Janaya Thomas slips into the chair beside me. And they told me you're 13. Are you really 13?
Yes, I am.
You look very mature for your age. All right. So, what drew you to this event?
It's actually my mother who got me into it because I first started shot puts in 4 months.
Hmm?
So, and I was overweight, so my mother wanted to get me into a sport to lose some weight and find out my body was good for shot put. So, yeah.
And have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I did. Thank you very much.
Well, as Janaya tells us that she enjoys it, Jeremy Samaru, meantime, has gotten the bell for the final lap. And so you enjoy the shot put. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago has had some success with this shot put. And any of those ladies that you look forward to seeing?
Cleopatra, Baba, and Portia as well.
Right, of course. And those two have been the two women to compete at that internationally. Is there anyone that you particularly admire?
Chessie.
Yeah?
And I think that's it. Yeah.
Right. And your ambitions for track and field?
What I really wanted to do is make it to Griff the next year. After my first year under 17. And also why I want to make it to Griff the next year also is because I'm competing in front of my home country. So that would be one of the best experiences for me.
Yeah, and certainly. And well, of course, next year that's coming up. So you're excited. You're also excited to see the Olympics next couple of months? All right. All right. How do you think Trinidad and Tobago is going to do? Well, here, as the meantime, before you answer, here's Jeremy Samaru running across the line, sprinting in, and gets there at just under 11 minutes and 4 seconds. Victory for Jeremy Samaru, who we've seen in a lot of events this year. He's running every one of the events and getting a well-deserved victory here in the boys' 3,000 meters. So last year, the last Olympics, we didn't win any medals. You think we're going to break that duck again this time round?
It's possible because we have two outstanding shot putters. So it's possible. Yeah.
Right, definitely. Well, Janaya, thank you so much for chatting with us. We wish you all the success with your event, and we hope to see you in the Caribbean Games next year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And coming across the line now is Avinash Ross. He finishes in second place. And now we just want to welcome to the microphone at this time, and we want to welcome the reigning 5,000 meter champion of the Caribbean Games. And now I know I mispronounce your first name a lot, so let me pronounce your first name for me.
Tafarai.
Tafarai, right, good. Just what I thought. Tafarai Waldron is here with us, 5,000 meter champion at the Caribbean Games, and he is here with us. Now, at the moment on the track, Shania Moore is going to come across the track, and she finishes as the first female, just 12 minutes and about 21. So congratulations to her. The second youngster, I believe this is Jelana Elder, is coming across. She has one more lap to go. Now, just reflect on that big moment. You repeated as champion at the Caribbean Games. You got the championship in Grenada. Just talk us through how things went for you there.
Leading up to the games, thankfully I was injury-free and stuff, and my program was going well. Since 2023 quarter, I put in my mind that I wanted to defend the title in 2024. So I already had that goal, and now that I was able to come and achieve my goal, which was to defend the title, it was a very proud moment for me. I was very happy with my performance and stuff because I was preparing for a long while.
Right. Yeah, and you put in a great performance there, and certainly winning 2 titles in a row is a huge achievement for you. Now, coming into the games itself. You produced an extraordinary performance here where you lapped the entire field, I think it was twice, and you broke the national youth record. I mean, that would have been a huge fillip for you going into the games.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect it. I just, I wanted to just to go and to basically go and see what after the factor is at the moment. And I just went and I gave it my best shot. And it so happened to be I was in shape to run a new national junior record. So it was a little shocker. When I really catch myself, I realized that what I really did, it was a really emotional moment as well, and I was very proud of myself, and I was very confident going to the games as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. We saw the emotion on your face from up here during that. The second to last athlete comes across the line for the boys 3,000 meter, and now the young lady, Jolana Elder of Titans, is just about to come through, and she's put in a good little shift here. There she is. She's is that her? Yes, coming across to finish the line. So that's the end of the 3,000 meter events. So good preparation work. You went in with a very good race and you repeated as champion. And that must have been a huge achievement for you. Now you were back on last week and you had a pretty good win over Nicholas Romani. How much do you read into that win?
Well, I know him and Donald Francis are my training partners. Both of them ran the 1500 the same day. I know there was a win-win because Nicholas usually he in front of me or so I know he wasn't at his best at that current day. I was just more fresh at the day. Sun was hot and things too. People were probably dehydrated and so forth. So the plan was so go out and run a fast time together, but things didn't go to plan. So I just went through and just take the win and just call it a day.
Well, many feel that one day you will take over as the top middle distance, long distance runner in Trinidad and Tobago, but I think many people saw it as a sign of things that may come in the future. But still, he's a formidable opponent, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the top right now. Right now is his time, and I just using him to continue to improve and try to get as close to him as possible. And hopefully one day I can get him someday. But both of us working on. He working on to keeping me off, and I working on to pass him. And just iron sharpening iron. Right. Just going like that, working together to bring up the sport at distance running here in Trinidad.
Well, I think one thing that has attracted a lot of people to what you've done is your work ethic. Last year, after you won the Carifta medal, the gold medal, and you came back, within a week you were back in training. And there was a quote, I think one of the newspapers had spoken to you, and he said there's a lot more work to be done. When most people would be resting on their, well, okay, I won the Carifta medal. No, you were back out. Is that how you are? I mean, that's how you are all the time.
Yeah. When I'm not really a workaholic, but when I have a goal in mind, because after Carifta I wanted to go and get the double goal in the National Junior Championship, and I wanted to improve on my times. I had goals to accomplish that day, so I know I just needed to get back to work as soon as possible, and the sooner I get back to work, the better.
Looking forward to watching the Olympics?
Yeah, that is the goal. Not this year, but hopefully 2028 and so on. Yeah, I'll be looking to go to the Olympics.
Definitely. And the Olympics coming up, of course, in a couple of months. Who do you think is going to win your 5,000 meter event? Who do you see as possible a winner for that?
Right now, the distance running, in distance running, it have a lot of people running fast. So basically, actually anything can happen. It have all the Africans and stuff and the Europeans, anything can happen. So, yeah. But my idol is Mo Farah.
Right.
But right now he's not running track again. He basically retired. So I really have somebody I back in right now to say. But what to do to answer your question, I think it basically happen. I really expect as much as I usually expect in the sprints for long distance. So.
All right. Well. Tafari, thank you so much for chatting with us today. It's been a real pleasure chatting with you, and I'm sure I'll see you at Easton's event very soon.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go now. We go straight along to the girls 150-meter event, and this one we're already seeing Cougars, Amaya Marshall, and perhaps aware that there are some Cougars athletes in the booth here with us. She is putting on a show. Amaya Marshall of Cougars has raced along and taken the win. She finishes just ahead of Sakia Peters of Simplex, and in third place. That looks like Abilene, what's that? Jolene Huggins, perhaps, who came in for third place. We'll confirm that for you, but certainly the win going to Amaya Marshall. And we'll take a look at Marshall's time here. So Marshall getting the win, and let's see, 23.11. Let's take you back over to Javon.
We move on to section 2. In lane 1, we have Melville, 0.40 New Jets. Lane 2, Yearwood. Unattached, 3, Guevara, 4, Green, 5, Alexander, 6, Melva, 7, Simon, 8, Taylor. And they are on the way. The athlete from Abilene Wildcats in lane 3 is powering down the line. And she is being challenged by the athlete Taylor, Sari Taylor of Mason Hall. And right now it's Yearwood of Abilene Wildcats and Taylor. So that was a photo finish there for Taylor and Guevara of Abilene Wildcats. Excellent run by these two youngsters.
Especially from Guevara, who is the smaller of the two athletes. Yes. She's the smallest one out there. Yeah. She put in a really brave attempt there. And once she gets a little bigger and she puts on some more size, she's going to be something special indeed. Destiny Gavaya, is that in her destiny? Well, we'll find out. It's in her name. Let's go to section 3 now of 8 finals. Lloyd of Point Fortune in 1, Roberts of FAD in 2, Williams of Abilene in 3, Lee Fook, the unattached runner, in 4, Job of Concord in 5, Barry of St. Catherine's in 6, Bain of Simplex in 7, and McDonald of Simplex is in lane number 8. That's the field for the second of the girls under 11 150-meter events. And this is an event that we saw some years ago. Ben Johnson and Michael Johnson. Here we go with these stuff.
Taking the lead here, we have unattached Lee Fook taking the lead as she approaches the finish line. It's Lee Fook followed by Job of Concord. Excellent run there by Lee Fook, unattached athlete in her neon orange. We head on to section 4.
And this one, section 4, 8 athletes listed to compete. Let's give you the lineup. Santa Malchan of Abilene in 1, John of Map in 2, Brown of Point Fortune in 3, Batiste of Simplex in 4, Christopher of Memphis in 5, Marshall of Titan in 6, Andrews unattached in 7, and McIndo of Simplex in 8. And it is McIndo who has a good start, but she's already been surpassed by Marshall of Titan. And Marshall is the smallest one out there, but she is the one that wears the title of Titan, and McIndo falls to the track. And while she falls, she looks up and sees Marshall streaming towards the line. She's getting a big challenge here. It is Malchan of, well, Malchan was challenging in lane number 1 and also coming in there, but I think it was eventually the run by Marshall of Titan who took the line first. Andrews in second place and Malchan finishing in third. Malchan was actually on with us earlier today.
We move on to section 5. In lane 1 is Philip of Cougars. In lane 2 is Rodney of Map. In lane 3 is Celestine of Point Fortune New Jets. In lane 4 is St. Louis of Dabadee. In lane 5 is Bowen of Simplex. In lane 6 it's Morgan of Concord. In lane 7, Emmanuel of Memphis. And in lane 8, Skeet, Abilene Wildcats.
Marshall's time was 24.02.
This is heat section 5 of 8. The girls under 11, 150.
Oh, little Makindo fell and she didn't finish. She was in tears, and now she's coming up to finish the race. And hear the crowd. The crowd is really getting behind her, and that is a brave attempt there by Kayla Makindo. She tripped and fell coming around the line. She burst into tears, and she decided to come and finish up the race. And that's great spirit from the youngster. And she gets a hug from her coach at the same time, in tears still as she gets off the field. There might be fierce warriors out there, but there's still young children that need a hug when they get off the field.
So we await the start of section 5. About 150 meters, one that's used for training and building the endurance of 100-meter athletes. And they're off. It's the athlete of lane 1, Philip of Cougars, burning up the lane 1. She is on fire, blazing down the stretch. That's Philip of Cougars in second. Seems to be Morgan. Easy win there for Philip of Cougars. This one is Ronald from Arlene, and one Solomon from Simplex 2.
So that was section 5. Let's go on to 6 and give you the field lane assignments immediately. The time for Philip, 21.52. 21.52. That was Naomi Phillips' time. Rollins in 1, Solomon 2, Theophilus in 3, Felix 4, Nikki in 5, Sakasing in 6, Thomas in 7, and Otley in 8. So we've seen Otley for the day already competing in the 100. I was also going to say that the 150 meters was a race that was, they put up that race in 1996. Michael Johnson versus Donovan Bailey. And here we go with the start of the race. Well, I think they have been called back. No, have they? Well, Concord is out in front, and that is Talia Theophilus. She has continued to run here, and she is way in front now. She's going to wrap up victory here, and she is ahead of Jaya Felix. And Simplex's Talia Solomon trying to come up to get third place. And I think there was a huge amount of confusion there. There was definitely, the gun went off, and I feel that what has happened here is that a couple of the runners felt the race had been called back, and now they've come in to finish off. So unfortunately, it was not the case, and it is Concord's Talia Theophilus that wins this one.
And we move on to section 7 and 8. Lane 1, Mendez unattached. 2, Troy Concord. 3, Philip Simplex. 4, Green Cougars. 5, Lewis Abilene Wildcats. 6, it's Davis Memphis. 7, it's Evelyn Fad. And 8, Ramba. 0.14 meters. They take their mark. And they're off. Burning up the field right now is Davis of Memphis Pioneers, but she's being challenged by Mendez. Gabriel Mendez takes the lead. The unattached runner, that's Mendez, takes the win, followed by Melissa Davis of Memphis Pioneer.
We saw Mendez earlier win a race, and here she's back again, getting a second straight win, and that was a good run from her. And she's bigger than Melissa Davis, but you feel that Davis is going to be something to be reckoned with as she puts on a bit of size. She put in a very good effort in that one. And Mendez, where is her time? We haven't seen her time just yet. So I'll look forward to the Mendez in 23.08. So section 8, the final one of this girls under 11 150. Hackshaw in 1, Conliffe in 2, Francis in 3, Toussaint in 4, Francis 5, McCoy 6, 7 Prince and Benjamin in 9. In 8, correction. And here we go. McCoy of Mountain Eagles has already taken assumed control of this race. She is out in front. McCoy, though, having a slight lead, but it is Benjamin of Simplex that's challenging her on her outside. Davides Elena Francis is also challenging for the lead, but Ronia Ania says she is the real McCoy and gets across the line to win from lane number 6. And McCoy wins it in 24.45. 24.45 is her time. And I think that time by Naomi Phillip, 21.52, that would have been the fastest overall. We saw Carrie John earlier, where he was quite impressive earlier in the 100 meters. Will he do the same here?
Amazing start with John, the athlete in lane 1, Etienne. Unattached athlete, but Burnley, John is holding on, powering away to the finish line. That's Kyrie John of Burnley, pulling away from the field. We have Etienne unattached. Excellent run there by John Burnley, taking full control of the field.
Well, that young man has been so impressive today. He was very good in the 100, and he's barely, I'd say, about 4 feet tall, but he is quite impressive. 21.74. And another one of these athletes that once the body starts to develop and he starts to grow up, get some height, put on some more muscle, do some gym work, yeah, he's going to be something. Let's go to the section 2, where Israel Julian is in 1, Rondell Budu of Simplex in 2, Roberts of Mason Hall in 3, Arthur of Cougars in 4, Collymore of Memphis in 5, Lewis of Abilene Wildcats in 6, Williams of QRC in 7, and Graham of Burnley is in 8. And it's Graham that has an excellent lead here as he comes off the turn. He'll have some work if he is to hold on to the lead, because Caleb Arthur has now gone in front. Caleb Arthur of Cougars is out in front. He is first. Zachary Collymore trying to reel him in, but Collymore is beaten. The field is beaten. It is Caleb Arthur that gets the win. Dominating performance here from Caleb Arthur, and he gets the win quite comfortably in this one. Well, that's going to be a good time. Let's see. 21.74 was the initial time. Let's see what Caleb Arthur has produced here. 21.78. Let's go to section 3, and Ephraim French of Simplex in 2, Dendrick Tony of Lambeau Alliance in 3, Jamali Edwards of Memphis in 4, Tahir Alexander Joseph of Cougars in 5, Lacroix of Burnley in 6, Benjamin of MAP in 7, and Victor, the unattached runner, in 8. There we go with the start. even start here, but it looks like Alexander Joseph of Cougars had a pretty good start. But on the outside, Caden Victor, the unattached runner, has a slight lead here. Burnley's Lacroix is coming for him. But Lacroix has a lot of work to do, too much work to do, and Victor gets the win from lane number 8. Lane number 8 is proving to be very, very popular today, and another winner. Caden Victor, the unattached runner, out of lane number 8.
Excellent run there by Victor. We move on to section 4. In lane 2 is Rennie of Memphis. Lane 3, Valentine of Simplex. In lane 4, Phillips of Cougars. In lane 5, Derek of Simplex. In lane 6, Titus of MAP. In lane 7, Joseph of Abilene Wildcats. And in lane 8, Reyes of Concord.
Victor's time was 22.38.
We rate the start of section 4. 11 finals here. Once again, our time to beat is 21.74. Put down by Kyrie John of Burnley. And they are off. Excellent start. Dear for Phillips of Cougars, and he's powering down the line. He's in the middle of the track, middle of the field. Behind him is the Abilene Wildcats athlete Joseph. Phillips is taking it all the way home, fighting for the line. That is Zion Phillips of Cougars for the win.
Well, he did put everything into that, Phillips. Zion Phillips lay down on the track after the race. He was a spent force. We go on to section 5. Devonish of Genesis in 3. Noel of Burnley in Devonish of Genesis in 2. And just to give you Phillips's time, 22.74. That's a second off the fastest time today. Devonish of Genesis in 2, Noel of Burnley in 3, Sherry of Memphis in 4, Philip of Cougars in 5, King of Abilene in 6, Cumberbatch, the unattached runner, in 7, and London, another unattached runner, in 8. This is the field for section 5. And Ian Wason, founder, director extraordinaire of Wason Entertainment, is beside us, and I'm sure he'll be happy to know that the Memphis runner's first name is Riquelme. And Ian Wason, a big fan of Argentina football, so he's always happy to hear the name of one Roman Riquelme. There we go with the start of the race. London and Cumberbatch are involved in a battle which Cumberbatch comes out of unscathed. Cougars, Philip on the inside of him, trying to mount a challenge. Genesis and Devonish trying to put a challenge in, but this will only be a race that belongs to Cumberbatch, as Isaiah Cumberbatch gets the win from lane number 7. And yeah, so that is section number 5, and I'll turn you over to Javon to give you section 6, and I'll give you the time for Cumberbatch when it comes up.
We move on to section 6. In lane 2 is Mohammed unattached. Lane 3, Governor Memphis. Lane 4, Primus Simplex. Lane 5, Blackman of Cougars. In lane 6, Webb of Dabadie. In lane 7, Philip of MAP. And in lane 8, Bernard of Simplex. The athletes taking.
Cumberbatch was actually replaced by Kyton, and his time is 23.93.
And they're off. Seems like an excellent start there for the athlete of Simplex, and he seems to be tripped a little bit. That's Primus. Primus is being challenged by our athlete Philip. It's Philip. Philip is taking the lead. Excellent run by Philip there in his neon green representing MAP.
Nice run there by Philip. Let's turn to section 7. And Davis of MAP in 1, Collymore of Lions Athletic in 2, McClatchy unattached, he is in lane number 3, Monroe of Point Fortin is in 4, Grant of Abilene Wildcats, he is in 5, Patterson of Neon Wolves is in 6, Devonish of Genesis is in 7, and Spencer Mitchell of Simplex is in lane number 8. Was that time for Philip 23.23? 23.23 was the time for Zevon Phillip. So still the time that stands as the best one so far, 21.74. So Davis in 1, Collymore in 2, McClatchy 3, Monroe 4, Grant 5, Patterson 6, Devonish in 7, and Spencer Mitchell in 8. Here is the start. Devonish of Genesis gets the beat on Spencer Mitchell early. Monroe is challenging in the middle of the track, and just outside of him, it looks like McClatchy is also challenging for the lead. McClatchy is now taken over the front of the thing, and he has a small lead over the youngster Devonish, and gets the win just ahead of Zachary Devonish of Genesis. So that is the win for Kalen McClatchy, the unattached runner, coming out of lane number 3. I'll give you his time in a moment.
We move on to section 8. Lane 1, Robinson, Burnley. Lane 2, Rivers, Alpha. Lane 3, Diaz of Abilene Wildcats. And lane 4 is Regis, Simplex. Lane 5, Sharandi George of QRC. And lane 6, Romano of Faizabad. Lane 7, Otley of Neon Wolves. And in lane 8, Delpesh of Memphis. We take them. And they're off to a pretty even start. We see Otley pulling away. He has the lead with no challenges right now. Otley is taking the lead, but outside it's the Burnley athlete, that's Robinson. But Otley is holding on. That's it there for Kyron Otley of Neon Wolves, followed by Johan Robinson. We await the times.
A nice run there from Otley. Let's go through the field for section 9. Otley's time is 23.02. In section 9, Williams of Abilene in 1, Frank of Memphis in 2, Briggs of Point Fortin in 3, Kudre of MAP in 4, MAP maximizing athletic potential, George of Davide is in 5, Jordan John of Burnley is in 6. He has also been good today. Melville of Concord in 7, and Chan of Simplex is 8. Concord's Melville, nice start from him. And it is Kudre who also is running well. Kudre ran earlier today. Kudre can win again. Kudre is out in front, and Kudre will win in the neon and gets across the line in front. Kudre winning ahead of Melville, and a pretty impressive run from him also.
Taking to section 10, from lane 1, Melville, Mason Hall, 2, Jack, Dabadi. In lane 3 is Muscal of Simplex. In lane 4, Alexis of Burnley. In lane 5, Cameo of Memphis. In lane 6, Romani of Concord. In lane 7, Belfone of Abilene Wildcats. And in lane 8, it's Mark of MAP.
Kudre's time is 21.24.
athlete in lane 8. That's Mark of Map. But also the athlete in the middle. That's the athlete of Memphis. That's Kameho. Kameho is taking the field. Kameho is coming down the stretch, but he's being challenged by Mark. But is it going to be Kameho or Mark? It's Kameho!
Well, Dad is going to be very happy. Dad's going to be very happy today. And Shane Kameho, who's run a couple of races already for the day, gets the win. Section 11 about to begin. Let's tell you about the field while we wait for the time. Mays Pier of Concord in 1, Hindman of Lions in 2. Kameho's time, by the way, is 22.28. Samuel Woodruff of Burnley in 3, Bishop of Alpha in 4, Bordeaux of FAD is in 5, Moore of Abilene is in 6, Gludon Simplex in 7, and Philip of IG Fastlane is in 8. And it is Bishop of Alpha who has the lead slightly at the moment, but Concord's Mays Pier is out in front, and Mays Pier is going to take this one. Mays Pier in the purple of Concord crosses the line first. Abilene's Moore is second, and just inside of him, that looked like Alpha's Micah Bishop finished in 3rd place. So let's see what that time is for the Concord man, Mays Pier, and let's see if it's good enough to beat the fastest time we've had today. Well, we're coming up towards the end of proceedings here. 23.47 for Mays Pier. Girls under 13, 200 meters coming your way shortly. 5 finals, and we'll have, well, remember, this is the most populated of all of the segments in the field. 164 athletes involved here. Here's Javon.
Popular event here, the girls under 13, 200 meters. So many athletes. So the athletes are now getting their lane assignments while section 2 awaits. So the field for section 1 would be Janique Celestine of Concord, Julia Laidlow unattached, Syria Frazier of Sapari Athletics, Brittany Morgan of Cougars, Naya Alder of Memphis, Gabrielle Jackson of Concord, Zave de Coute of Point Fortin New Jets, and Annalise Musio of Abilene Wildcats. There's no athletes in lane 1 and lane 3. There's no Celestine, no Sapari Athletics, and they are off. Taking charge of the field now is the athlete of Cougars. It's Morgan. And the athlete on the outside, Musio of Abilene Wildcats, is dominating the field. Out in lane 8, she's powering home. No competition here for Musio of Abilene Wildcats as she heads to the finish line. It's going to be Musio of Abilene in her fancy socks. That's a young athlete that I just spoke to, Annalise Musio, giving her some encouragement before her race, and she came out and she executed. In 1st place, excellent run there by Musio of Abilene Wildcats. Her time, 28.68. Yep.
I think the coach might have a word with you shortly. Section 2 coming up here. Prince in 1, Arnold in 2, Garcia 3, Chinapoo, Kilo Chinapoo of Simplex in 4, Wiltshire of Abilene in 5, Bishop of Neon Wolves in 6, Martin of Concord in 7, and Regis, the unattached runner, is in 8. And it looks like we have a full field for this one. So, Lashoa Prince in Point Fortin New Jets is in lane number 1. That's where we start off. Second race of girls under 13, 200 meters. That is a brilliant start by Destiny Arnold, winner in her last race, and she's threatening to do the same here. Arnold out of lane number 2, holding a slight lead as they get into the turn. Chinapu, though, has stolen a march on her, and Chinapu is looking the stronger of the two. Chinapu is going to win this one. Destiny Arnold has given up already. Arnold finishes second. Chinapu wins the race, and Abilene Wildcats, Kaylee Welcher, gets across the line in third place. Akila Chinapu's time. Akila Chinapu's time is 27.23. 27.23 her time. And we move on to section 3. Sylvester in 1, Picard in 2, Robertson 3, Huggins 4, King 5, Ferguson 6, Scipio 7, and Brown in 8. Full house for this one. They've been asked to stand up. So let's give you the clubs as they are lined up. Sylvester of Concord in 1, Prasad of Lions in 2, Roberts of IG Fastlane in 3, Huggins of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams in 4, King of Simplex in 5, Ferguson of Mason Hall in 6, Scipio of Siparia in 7, and Brown of Point Fortin New Jets is in lane number 8. They're on their way down. And this is a brilliant start from Roberts of IG Fastlane. Roberts of IG Fastlane in a bit of a foot race there with Joanna Huggins of FAD. Roberts and Huggins on the outside. Scipio, Sherbel Scipio of Siparia Athletic is challenging. She's coming, and can she get across the line? Oh, that looked very, very close indeed. It's a toss-up between Roberts and Scipio. Those two battle to the line. And who will come out the victorious in that one? That was too close to call. But if I had to guess, I think it would have been Roberts who took it on the far side of the field. And it is Roberts who wins it 28.17.
We move on to section 4. In lane 1 is King of Point Fortin New Jets. Lane 2, Cox of Mason Hall. In lane 3, Gormandy of IG Fastlane. In 4, Adams of Simplex. In lane 5, Weeks of Memphis. In lane 6, Boland of Mountain Eagles. In lane 7, Maze Pear of Concord. And in lane 8, Ramsuk of Cheetahs. Who's it going to be? Athletes take their mark. There's no athlete in lane 5. That is Weeks. And they're off. It seems to be Mace Pair of Concord with an early lead out there in lane 7. And she's also challenged by yes, it's Cox of Mason Hall coming down to the finish line. But she's being challenged by Boland of Mountain Eagles, and that's Boland. Mountain Eagles taking the victory there.
That was a good run from Boland to get that win. Really tenacious run from her to come in to get the win in the end from lane number 6. Final section of the girls under 13 200 meter event. And we'll start off on the inside with Sydney of Point Fortin New Jets in 1, Jeffrey of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams in 2, Stevenson of Burnley in 3, Prescott of Concord in 4, Bowen of Simplex in 5, Boxill. Boland's time, by the way, is 28.50. 28.50. Bowen of Simplex in 5, Boxill of Cougars in 6, Caesar of Abilene in 7, and Unique Stewart of Titans is in lane number 8. The athletes have been told to stand up. One of the officials was walking towards the athlete, staring perhaps at the athlete in the Cougars uniform. That's Nyasha Boxill. All seems to be well in the world once again. There we go with the start of the final section of the women's 200 meters. This one is very even as they get along to the 100-meter mark. It is the green of Cougars, Boxill and Bowen, who are battling for a moment, but now coming around the turn and making all the headway is Unique Stewart of Titan, and in the gray top of Titan, she is looking very good. Her form is excellent. She gets across the line in just under 29 seconds. So Unique Stewart of Titan winning comfortably in this one.
So we move to the boys under 13 200 meter dash. They line from lane 2 to 8. So we have Bruce of Lions Athletics. In lane 3 is Francis of Lambo Alliance. In lane 4 it's McIntosh of FAD. In 5 it's John of Genesis. In lane 6 is Ward of Simplex. In lane 7 is Samuel of Memphis. And in lane 8 it's Benjamin of Burnley.
Stewart's time was 28.80.
And they are off. Pretty good start there for the athlete of Burnley. By Burnley, Benjamin. Benjamin seems to be pulling away from the field as he heads to the straightaway. It's Burnley. Benjamin of Burnley taking over the field. Powering to the line. Excellent stride, excellent form. And that's Burnley. The athlete John of Genesis in second.
Very stylish there from Armani. With a name like Armani, you'd expect him to be. And Benjamin, the Burnley man, another one of the Burnley athletes to turn in a fine performance today. And Benjamin's time, 27.06. Fastest time so far. Felix of Simplex is in lane number 1. This is for the Section 2 race. Grosvenor of Memphis in 2. Gloud of Faizabad in 3. Kyton of Memphis in 4. Morris of Abilene in 5, McClashy, the unattached runner, in 6, Persad of Lions in 7, and Collins of Neon Wolves is in 8. There is no Collins and no Persad for this one. Also no Kyton in this one. Felix, Grosvenor, Gloud, Morris and McClashy are the remaining ones in this one. And here is an excellent run by Gianni Felix of Simplex on the inner lane. Gianni Felix, he's the first one from lane number 1 to take a lead in any of the races so far today. Gianni Felix of Simplex in front. Coming for him right now is Deshaun Gloud. Felix is tying up. Gloud is going to get there and he wins it. Faizabad's Deshaun Gloud just gets in on the line to win the race. From lane number 3, Gianni Felix went hard, but just didn't have enough in the end to hold on.
Excellent run. Move on to section 3. In lane 2, it's Bennett of Genesis. Lane 3 is James of Simplex. In lane 4, it's Lafayette of Cougars. In lane 5, it's St. Arch of Lions Athletics. In lane 6, it's Rennie of Memphis. In lane 7, it's Haywood of Abilene Wildcats. And in lane 8, it's Keaton of Memphis.
Gloud's time was 31.33 seconds.
Yeah, off to a pretty good start.
Seems to be the athlete out in lane 8. That's Caton of Memphis. Pulling away from the field out there in lane 8. Seems to be a pretty even for the others. But Caton of Memphis takes power. He takes control of the field. Full form, chest up, and he's coming down to the finish line. It's Keaton of Memphis Pioneers coming home with the victory. Second is it's Bennett of Genesis with second, and James of Simplex for 2.
Well, Caton, that name we've seen all the way throughout the day. He's run in several events, and that one, well, he's been involved in several events, and he produces the best time, 26.62. That's the best so far for Josiah Caton. Let's go on to Section 4. Let's give you the field for Section 4. Philip of Point Fortin New Jets in 2, Benjamin of Simplex in 3, Cole of Abilene in 4, Frank of Memphis in 5, McKellar of Burnley in 6, Daniel of Neon Wolves in 7, and Edwards, the unattached runner, is in lane number 8. The athletes have been asked to stand up, and that's because there are no starting blocks, and unfortunately, Eddie Phillip, the Point Fortin New Jets runner, was actually going to start about 1.5 meters behind where he should be. We saw that earlier. It's just a bit of an experience on the part of the youngster. There we go with the start, and the favorite to win this one is, of course, Frank of Memphis. Very impressive in the 100-meter race. Can he complete the double here? Frank has a big lead going into the turn, and as he straightens up, his speed is now going to come to the fore. Kadesh Frank Memphis looks back and sees that the competition is beaten. He doesn't let up as he gets to the line and wins in just under 28 seconds. Kadesh Frank of Memphis wins Section 4.
We move on to Section 5. This is 5 of 5. In lane 2 it's Simmons of Burnley. In 3 is Wiley of Lambeau. In lane 4 is Lafocard of Memphis. In lane 5 is Joseph of Genesis. In lane 6 is Williams of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7 is Solomon of Simplex. And in lane 8 is Job of Concord.
Frank's time was 27.55.
In the middle of the track, that seems to be the athlete from Genesis. But he is being challenged by the Simplex athlete, Solomon. Solomon has taken over the field and he's heading to the finish line. Nice and easy, comfortable win there for Solomon of Simplex. Followed by athlete of Memphis, that is Lafocard, Aiden Lafocard in second. Excellent run there by a young athlete representing Simplex.
Joshua Solomon taking a nice win there for Simplex. We haven't seen a huge amount of wins for Simplex today, but that was a pretty good one from Joshua Solomon. And again, the recurrent decimal, the wins coming from the outside, the more gradual turn, the athletes are dealing with a lot better. Let's go now to the girls. 13 to 15, 200-meter dash. Wilson in 1, Halford 2, Beckles 3, Quintero 4, Adams 5, Toussaint 6, Debussy in 7, and Jones in 6. And it is Amelie Jones of Faizabad that has a big lead going into the first turn. That's Debussy, in fact, from Simplex, who has the lead in lane number 7. Debussy has a 5-meter lead. Can she hold on to it? Memphis and Naomi Wilson is speeding up on the outside, but Simplex will take this one, and Simplex have 2 in a row here. They had Joshua Solomon in the last of the boys' races, and now Tassia Debussy of Simplex wins the first of the girls 13 to 15 200 meters, and this one has 8 sections.
We move on to section 2. In lane 2 it's Lee of Alpha. In lane 3 it's Rivers of Alpha. In lane 4, Ramon of Fad. In lane 5, Solomon of Toko Tafak. In lane 6, Cross of Faizabad. In lane 7 is Rodney of MAP. And in lane 8
Charles of Concord.
Devastat's time, 29.11.
That's the first Toko Tafak I've seen for the evening. So that's Isabella Solomon representing Toko. We await the start. The athletes take their mark. Officials called to stand up. Official is checking on lane number 4. That is Romang Shekinah of FAD. Seems to be some problems there with her blocks. And they are off. It seems to be an early lead there for Rivers of Alpha. Rivers of Alpha on the 150-meter mark. She's burning up the bend as she approaches the final 100. And that is it. Rivers of Alpha powering down the field. No competition here for Rivers. She's very comfortable coming down to the finish line. It's Rivers and followed by Lee in second. Excellent run there by Hannah Rivers of Alpha Athletics. Complete dominance.
It seems like she got that one under 27 seconds. Let's move forward to section 3. And Rivers' time, 26.48. Pretty good time for her. Certainly a lot faster than the first race. Collins of Alpha in 1. This is section 3. James of Genesis in 2. Guy of Simplex in 3. Joseph of Burnley in 4, Williams of Siparia in 5, Kashi of QRC in 6, Charles of Cougars in 7, and Titus of Siparia Athletic in 8. And the start. And it's not a great one for Kashi, who's starting to fall back immediately here. But it is Cougars, Chelsea Charles, who's the one who's had the best start so far. And Chelsea Charles has a bit of a lead here over Jadel Joseph of Burnley. Now Burnley is starting to come for it. But Charles has built up an enormous lead, and she is going to run away to win this one quite comfortably indeed, finishing in second place. Shanisha Williams of Siparia Athletic, and Burnley's Joseph finishes in third place. Chelsea Charles of Cougars getting a nice win.
We move on to section 4. In lane 1, it's Danielle of Burnley. In lane 2, it's Caruth of Concord. In lane 3, it's Morton of Simplex. Lane 4, Bertet of IG Fast Lane. In lane 5, Baptiste of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 6, it's John of Memphis. In lane 7, Archibald, unattached. In lane 8, Williams of St. Catherine's. The athletes taking their mark. A lot of Sahara dust in the air. And they are off. Seems to be a pretty even start so far. But the athlete that seems to be powering down the field is an athlete from Simplex. That's Morton. It's Morton, and she's right there with Bertef of IG Fast Lane. So that's Morton
The athlete from IG Fastlane has taken over and she's coming down, powering home. Next to her is John and Batiste of Phoenix.
It's Janae Batete of IG Fastlane eventually getting the win. Let's move forward to section 6 and Batete's time 27.31. 27.31. Section 5 of 8. Here's the field. Hamilton unattached in 1. Haynes, FAD in 2. Knights of Neon Wolves in 3. Austin of Toko in 4. Halford of Simplex in 5. Belmontes of Superior in 6. Charles of IG Fastlane in 7. And Gemont of Abilene in 8. Belmontes is out of this one. Excellent start for Gemont of Abilene Wildcats on the outside. Halford is challenging for the lead. The Simplex athlete is having a good race in the middle of the track here. And Halford, the slimmest of the athletes out there, Precious Halford, has already overpowered the opposition. She takes a look back and sees that she is going to win this one quite comfortably and comes in at just about 27 seconds or so. Precious Halford of Simplex, your winner.
We move on to section 8. In lane 1, it's Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 2 is Dugan of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 3, it's McIntosh of QRC. In lane 4 is Bristol of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5 is August of Neon Wolves. In lane 6, Graham of QRC. In lane 7 is Welch of QRC. And in lane 8, it's Peters of Burnley. So we have 3 QRC athletes here and 3 Point Fortin New Jets athletes, followed by Neon Wolves and Burnley. The athletes take their mark. And they're off. Who's it going to be? Pulling away from the field is the athlete in lane 1. That's Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets. She is powering around the bend. On the outside is Burnley. That's Peters. So it's Burnley, Peters of Burnley, powering down the field out in lane 8. She has this one covered. Followed by Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets. And Peters is going to take it. Followed by Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets. Excellent run there by Peters, actually dominating the field.
Peters did well here, and QRC's athletes unable to stop her from getting to the line. 2 more sections to go in this, the girls 13 to 15 200-meter dash. This is a small field. Lane 3, Grandison of Alpha. In lane 4, Holder of Cougars. Hinkson of Abilene in 5, Rouse, the unattached runner, in 6. Charles of Point Fortin New Jets is in lane number 7. Let's see if there will be any changes for this one. No, it appears that we have all of 5 of the athletes here. So Grandison of Alpha in the orange top of Alpha. Holder of Cougars in the green. Abilene Wildcats in their familiar yellow bottoms at least. Delana Rouse, the unattached runner. She's been good today. She is in lane number 6. And Zeta Charles of Point Fortin New Jets, she is in 7. There's the start. Even one for the field. The 2 on the outside, Rouse and Charles, are the ones who are making all the running as they get to the turn. Charles of Point Fortin New Jets, living up to the name of her club. But Alpha's Michaela Grandison, who has been impressive throughout the day, continues to impress, and she will wrap up the win in section 7 here, just ahead of Charles, with Rouse finishing in 3rd place. All 3 of these young ladies have had good days today, a good day today, but Michaela Grandison of Alpha has the best of them all to take the win.
We move on to section 8. This is 8 of 8. In lane 1 is Smith from Sapari Athletics. In lane 2 is Cameron of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3 is Renisha of Memphis. In lane 4, Husband of Cougars. In lane 5, Hyson of FAD. In lane 6, Nathaniel Modest of Simplex. In lane 7 is Strode of Concord. And in lane 8 is Gaitan of Cougars.
We haven't seen the times for the last few events. Apologies for that, but it hasn't been flashed up to us. So if you're wondering why that Javon and I have been a bit delinquent with that, we haven't. We've been diligent. We've been looking straight ahead. Just hasn't come up.
Just isn't coming up.
At least Javon has. And so much Sahara dust around. I wonder if it's in the budget of Wason Entertainment to send someone to Egypt to see if the Sphinx is still there. Might be part of it, might be across here right now.
The athletes take their mark. And they're off. Let's see who's going to take the early lead. It seems to be the athlete out in lane 6. That's Alexander. Powering down the field, it's Hyson. Hyson takes it.
Oh, what am I doing? Oh, sorry.
Alright, so that was Hyson, sorry, in lane 5. Got a bit lost there. So that's Hyson of FA. Powering to the line.
So that was Hyson. Kaya Hyson has been very impressive, and she gets to win. And Hyson's time, 25.45. I think that is very close to being the best so far in that girls 13 to 15. Well, last event of the day is the boys 13 to 15 200-meter event, event number 53. Imagine that. We've seen 511 athletes for the day already, 164 in the 200 meters event. 13 sections, so let's go with 1. Williams of Wildcat in 1, Williams of Fastlane in 2, Stewart of Simplex in 3, George of Cougars in 4, Alexander of Unattached in 5, Peters of Burnley in 6, Williams of QRC in 7, and Charles of Alpha in 8. 3 Williamses in the field. And there we go with the start. And it's Williams of QRC that has a good start. Just beside him, Kelson Peters has blazed past him in the uniform of Burnley. Kelson Peters, impressive earlier, and he's impressing once again here. He has the lead. Williams is trying to chase him down. George is also trying to reel him in, but no one is going to pull Kelson Peters in today as he gets the win there in just about 26 seconds. And the Williamses were powerless to stop him.
We move on to section 2 of 13 finals here. In lane 1 is Makishni of Mason Hall. Lane 2 it's Perez of QRC. In lane 3 is Sydney of Neon Wolves. In lane 4 is Rollins of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 5, Kalu of Concord. In lane 6, it's Makoon of Neon Wolves. In lane 7 is Hart of Cougars. And in lane 8, it's Davis of QRC. That's McKechnie, and my apologies, in lane 1, representing Mason Hall.
There goes your invitation to the McKechnie Christmas gathering.
McKechnie. There's no athlete in lane 4. No athlete in lane 5. And they're off. It seems like the athlete Hart out of Cougars. He's blazing down the field. He's in lane 7. The athlete in lane 1, McKechnie, is in second, but it seems to be Hart of Cougars powering down the field with his green bandana. Excellent stride and excellent form. That's it. Hart of Cougars, followed by McKechnie of Mason Hall for second.
Definitely under 25 seconds for Hart. So that's a pretty good time for him. And really put a lot of effort into that. It's his last event for the day, so why not? Section 3 coming up. And Hart's time, 24 flat. In fact, it was almost under 24 seconds. Very good time there for Hart. That's the fastest so far. Jesus Quashi of Simplex in 1. This is section 3. Brian Scott of Burnley 2. Diaz of Simplex in 3. C. Prasad of Phoenix in 4. James of Burnley in 5. Nicholas of Simplex in 6. Smith of Concord in 7. And Bethelby of Burnley is in lane number 8. Two of the Burnley athletes involved in this one. Omari James has had a very good day. Jonathan Bethelmy has also raced today. Brian Scott of Burnley also involved in this one. 3 Burnley athletes, correction. 3 Simplex athletes also. So Burnley versus Simplex largely in this one. Two of the best known clubs here in Trinidad and Tobago. And just the one. No athletes from Abilene Wildcats in this one. That's a bit surprising. We've seen them involved heavily in this meet. There is the start. Smith of Concord steals a march on the man just on the outside of him, but only temporarily, as Mackay Nicholas of Simplex also running well. Kamari Diaz of Simplex also has a good race going here. Burnley's Scott in front. Simplex right next to him, and Diaz takes over to win it. I believe that's Phoenix. Sipasad may be the one who has come up to win it here. Alex Sipasad of Phoenix in lane number 4.
We move on to section 4 of 13 finals here. In lane 1 is Paul of Concord. In lane 2, Rogers of Cougars. In lane 3 is Charles of Sapari Athletics. In lane 4 is Lazaire of unattached. In lane 5 is Lawrence of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 6 is Tesdale of Simplex. In lane 7 is Williams of Appaloosa. And in lane 8 is John of Faizabad. The athletes take their mark. And they're off. Who's it going to be? Athlete Rogers of Cougars seems to take the early lead. He's firing around the bend as he approaches the straight. And that's Rogers and Paul. Paul has taken over completely. That's the athlete of Concord. Michael Paul taking it. Excellent run there by Paul.
And second was Rogers of Cougars.
We saw Paul in the long jump earlier today also, so he is a quite talented young athlete, getting on his way here, competing in the juveniles, and hopefully we'll see him for the juvenile championships once form and injury stays away. Once form stays with him and injury stays away.
Yes.
Section 5 now. Hope of Faizabad is in lane number 1. Eccles of Appaloosa in 2. Fox of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams in 3. Marcano of Memphis in 4. Blackman of Simplex in 5. Mondi, Babylon Wildcats in 6. Dylan Muhammad of Mountain Eagles in 7. And Davis unattached in 8. Paul's time, 23.40. That's the best we've seen so far. That's Mikhail Paul. Well, in this particular race, there is no one in lane number 5, so that's no Isaiah Blackman of Simplex. So, no Hope also in 1. Eccles in 2, Fox in 3, Marcano 4, Mondi 6, Mohammed 7, and Davis in 8. There is the start. Mohammed of Mountain Eagles, as expected, has gone out really hard here. Eccles of Appaloosa trying to track him down, as is Fox of FAD. But it is Mohammed of Mountain Eagles. Now he's getting a challenge belatedly here from Appaloosa's Kalon Eccles. Eccles slightly ahead. Oh, he's pulled up. And Mohammed wins it. Oh my, Appaloosa's Kalon Eccles seemed to have done enough to get the win, but something, it might be an injury of some sort, and he pulled up just before the line and allowed Dylan Muhammad to collapse and win the race.
To section 6, lane 1 is Nicholas of Faizabad, and lane 2 is Parks, Memphis, and lane 3 is the Silver of Faizabad, and lane 4 is Bain of Simplex, and lane 5 is Trudge of QRC, and lane 6 Catterson of Neon Wolves, and lane 7 Matthew of Phoenix Athletics, and in lane 8 is Thomas of Cougars.
I tell you what, this is about the 5th event we've seen Trudge in for the day. He's really been putting out there, putting all this energy out there, the young QRC man.
The athletes take their mark. There's no athlete in lane 4. So Bain, Simplex, is not competing. And they are off. It seems to be fight with Parks and Nicholas. That's Parks of Memphis with the lead as he heads down the straightaway. Pretty good form. Parks chest up, seems to look back a little bit, but he's going to take it comfortably, followed by an athlete from QRC, that's Trudge. So that's Parks of Memphis, Christian Parks of Memphis with the win.
Well under 25 seconds there by Parks. Looked very comfortable, and he was shutting it down as he came across the line anyway. So good run from Parks. Section 7 now. Let's take a look at who's running in this one. Gilbert of Neon Wolves in 1. Francois of Simplex in 2. Marshall of Burnley in 3. Carmichael of QRC in 4. Huggins of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams in 5. Gill of Burnley in 6. Springer of IG Fastlane in 7. And Moore, the unattached runner, is in 8. Fortunately, we haven't gotten the the times of the last two races, on much to the chagrin of all of us, but I'm sure they're working on that at the moment. Several of the athletes are still waiting to see what their times are. The time that's still up there is Mikhail Paul, and that was recorded 3 races ago.
Yep. Eventful day here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
So let's go to section 7. And they're cleared to start. Gilbert in 1, Francois 2, Marshall 3, Carmichael 4, Huckins 5, Gill 6, Springer 7, and Moore in 8. No athlete in 7, so that's the end of Springer. There's the start. Not the best one for Kareem Moore, because he's seen Nikhil Gill of Burnley just flash past him like a blur at the moment. And Gill has a big lead here already. Jonathan Huggins is just beside him. Huggins has a lot of work to do. Let's see what Gill's time is going to be. Wow, that's under 24 seconds. I think that could very well be the fastest one we've seen here today. And Nikhil Gill of Burnley, keeping alive the fine tradition of the Burnley athletes in dominating the sprints today. And this could all go very well for Burnley when the juvenile championships come around very soon. 23.51 is the time for Gill. Mikhail Paul's time still stands, 23.40.
We move on to section 8 of our 13 finals here in lane 1. It's Lawson of Burnley. In lane 2 is John of Burnley. In lane 3 is Joseph of Sapari Athletics. In lane 4 is Gill of Cougars. In lane 5, Edwards of Memphis. In lane 6, Martin of Appaloosa. In lane 7 is Davidson of Burnley. And in lane 8, it's Anthony unattached. There's no athlete in lane 7, that's Davidson, and lane 3, that's Joseph. They're off. Powering start there by John of Burnley, and he's eating up the field as he approaches the straightaway. That's Isaiah John of Burnley powering down to the finish line. Here he comes, arms and legs in strides, full stride. He is in full power. It's Isaiah John of Burnley with the win.
But he put everything into that, but I'm not sure if he got underneath that time of Gill or even that by Paul earlier today. We'll move forward with section 9. Here's a familiar name, Kyle Manswell of Simplex in 1, Alfred Pear of Abilene Wildcats in 2, Ishmael Evangelist of Cheetahs in 4, Josiah Rez of Concord in 4, Tariq Nelson of Phoenix in 5, Malik Prudent of Phoenix in 6, Emmanuel Samuel of Burnley in 7, and Keyshawn Lewis of Abilene Wildcats. He is racing out of lane number 8. They're on their marks at the moment. There is no Emmanuel Samuel of Burnley in lane number 7. He is out. 2 Simplex men lurking just behind Keyshawn Lewis of Abilene Wildcats. Good start for Lewis of Abilene Wildcats. Better start though for the second of the 2 Phoenix runners. Tyreek Nelson has been brilliant so far. Tyreek Nelson, but he has also been passed on the outside. Kyle Manswell, as you would expect, is up in front. Alfred Pear on his shoulder. Pear stays on his shoulder as Manswell dips to the line and takes the win. Manswell has been great today, and once again, he's produced a good time.
We head to section 10 of our 13 finals. In lane 1 is Waldron of Cougars. In lane 2 is Charles of Simplex. In lane 3 it's Prince, QRC. In lane 4 is Grant of Memphis. In lane 5, Richards of Concord. In lane 6, McKnight of Neon Wolves. Lane 7, Marshall of Abilene Wildcats. And in lane 8, it's Derek of Simplex.
Manswell's time was 23.50, so still Mikhail Paul's time is the leading one.
And they are off. It's our athlete in lane 1, that's Waldron of Cougars, eating up the bend. On the outside, the athlete of Abilene Wildcats, that's Marshall. Let's see who takes it here. Right for the lead, it's 1, 2, 3. It's the Abilene athlete, Marshall. But he is challenged by Grant of Memphis. Who's it going to be? It seemed to be Grant, Javon Grant of Memphis. And Cristiano Marshall of Abilene Wildcats. We await the times.
Well, I think Marshall took that one. Grant has a habit of just leaning back as he's running, and that, I think, once he can work that out of his system, he can get some faster times, because you just need to lean slightly forward. Yeah, it was evident that Grant was leaning back. We haven't seen the time, but let me take you forward to section 11, tell you what's happening there. James of Genesis in 1, Adams the unattached runner in 2, John of Burnley in 3, Hunt of Abilene Wildcats in 4, Mendoza the unattached runner in 5, Lewis unattached in 6, Beard of Memphis in 7, and Melville of IG Fastlane in 8. We could start an unattached club here, because there's so many of these unattached runners, and several of them turned up in outfits of many of the clubs here so far. And let's see where they're going to go with this one. Last 3 races in the day here, as the shadows lengthen across the Hazley Crawford Stadium, and the grandstand almost covering the entirety of the football field in front of us. So James in 1, Adams 2, John 3, Hunt 4, Mendoza 5, Lewis 6, Beard 7, and Melville 8. Excellent start in the middle of the pack by Josiah Hunt, who is already tracking down the lead here. Taquan John of Burnley, though, has rolled up alongside him and has now rolled past him. It is Burnley's Taquan John and Josiah Hunt. Those two are the ones who are battling away, but Burnley's John very comfortable getting across the line. I tell you what, he'll make that look so easy, and has come up with perhaps the fastest time of the day here. I think if he had run flat out, he might have come in under 23 seconds.
Yeah. It's an excellent run by these Burnley athletes.
That's what some coaches refer to as ease in speed. John, 23.17 is the time for the Burnley man, Taquan John.
We move on to section 12 of our 13 finals here. In lane 1 is Charandi George of QRC. Lane 2, Marino of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3 is Drayton of Neon Wolves. In lane 4, it's Joseph of Saparia Athletics. In lane 5, it's Goodrich of Burnley. In lane 6, it's Chinapu, unattached. Lane 7, Labour, unattached. And in lane 8 is Regis of Simplex. There's no athlete in lane 4, so that is Joseph Saparia. And they are off. Excellent start there by the Burnley athlete. That's Goodridge in the middle of the field. Goodridge has taken the field. Excellent stride there as he powers home. Looks very comfortable. That's Goodridge of Burnley. And Moreno and Drayton of Neon Wolves for second and third. So excellent run there by Jaden Goodridge of Burnley. So we'll wait his time and we move on to the final event. Pass you on to Vidya to give you the lineup.
So the final event, Fernandez of Memphis in 2. In Abilene Wildcats, Jaden Kaur was supposed to be running in lane number 3. I don't think he's here and won't be running in this one. He was called for a race earlier and didn't show up. And actually, Abilene Wildcats, Kaur is there. The one who's missing is Malachi Fernandez of Memphis. So Kaur is there. Memphis not represented in this last race. They do have Micah Bain, who we spoke to earlier. He is in lane number 4. Jonas Guyton of Cougars in 3. Pfizerbat's Amelie Jones is in lane number 5. Carsten Thomas of Simplex is in lane number 6. In 7 is Elijah Gibson of Mountain Eagles. And in 8, Malachi Albert of Genesis. Last race of the day here. Just about 20 past 5. Already athletes starting to depart, but everyone wants to see who's going to take this one, and if anyone can get past that best time we've had so far. 13 sections in this race. False start, and immediately it was Jonas Guyton of Cougars. Jonas Guyton of Cougars, that's the one who false started, and he is going to get away with a slap on the wrist here. We haven't seen anyone sent off. These, of course, are the youngsters, so they will be given a little bit of a bly, as we like to say in Trinidad. I'm not sure those who are outside of Trinidad what they make of the bly concept. It's alien to their culture, I'm sure. It's a Trini thing. Has nothing to do with the captain who sailed to Australia and New Zealand, though. So here we go again. Cohen 2, Guyton 3, Bain 4, Jones 5, Thomas 6, Gibson 7, and Albert in 8. Guyton of Cougars stays in. Final race of the day. There goes the start. Guyton has a brilliant start for Cougars. Also starting well is Elijah Gibson on the outside. Guyton and Gibson looks like the ones who will challenge for the win in the last race. But it is Guyton, false start and all. He is the one that has taken the lead. But Gibson is not giving up. Gibson's coming for it. Gibson on the line. Guyton takes it. Guyton does well to win this one. That's great concentration from the Cougars man after false starting early and had the concentration levels to pull himself back together and get the win. What's the time here, Javon? This looks like it could challenge 23.37.
23.37 there. Guyton. Excellent run there.
It was pretty quick, and just looking back at the times we were given, still 23.17 is the best. That's what we saw from Josiah Hunt of Abilene Wildcats, and I tell you what, that time from Josiah Hunt of Abilene Wildcats
That
could have
was
actually been
Tiquan John.
Correction,
of
yes,
Burnley.
Tiquan
Yeah.
John, yes, correction. He was looking so good. Tiquan John could have actually gone faster.
Oh, yeah,
he was
most
shutting it down
definitely. Yeah.
when he went across the line. Well, that's going to bring us to the end of our coverage here today, Javon. Certainly you enjoyed it. A lot of good performances here from the juveniles. Looks like it's going to be a really fierce contest when the juvenile championships come along.
Yeah, most definitely. I was really impressed in seeing the Burnley athletes. Burnley athletes really came out today to prove something on the track. You know, back in my time, it was the most dominant team would have been Memphis, followed by Abilene. So today it seems like Burnley has a really good program going on, and they train out on Eddie Hart. They train on the grass. So really impressive run by the Burnley athletes today.
Well, if Burnley have done well today, it means there's homework to do for the rest of the clubs, and I'm sure they will be taking notes and putting in the homework for those coming months. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and Javon, thank you so much and for your commentary today. Also for Dee for her technical operations. She did a much better job than the guys who usually is here. Just joking, of course. That is Ian Wason, our founder, who is here, who's always doing a wonderful job. And thank you very much. And also Wendell, our cameraman, all contributed to the success of today's broadcast. And it was really fun talking to the young athletes here today and hearing their thoughts and what their ambitions are. We wish them all the best. We'll be back with you in a couple of weeks here with more action. This has been our presentation of the 2024 N3A's Track and Field Series number 4 here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. I'm Peter Ramphal on behalf of the rest of the crew. It's bye for now.